And welcome back to video games. Tim Rogers here with Action Button Live, streaming exclusively on the Action Button Goblin Bunker Network, accessible only at twitch.tv/actionbutton. We've got a huge show for you tonight. All of your favorite segments are back. Celebrity guests, video gameplay, musical guests, sketches and skits, cheers and bits. You're free to clip any of the magic that's about to happen live on twitch.tv/actionbutton. But first we need to address a rumor about me in the press, which is that I got a haircut. I did get a haircut. So I want to reveal something. I got a haircut. And then I walked out of the barbershop, and I was walking down Fifth Avenue, and someone saw me on the street because I was dressed as myself. I was dressed in the costume as myself. And they said, Tim Rogers, and I said, yeah. And they said, did you get a haircut? And I said, yeah. And they said, man, your hair looked pretty good on your stream the other day. And I literally was like, it's gonna freaking grow back. That's what it does. That's the main problem, is that it grows back. Okay? That's the whole reason I get the haircut. It's actually already grown back a little bit since yesterday. My hair do be growing. As we all know, I have low testosterone. So I want to let everyone know on the here's something I needed to know. Okay, here's something I needed to know. I also, that same day that I got a haircut, I received an email from a fellow who told me that he finally watched one of my streams for the first time, and that he was surprised by how little he enjoyed himself. He said he did not like the stream. He said that it was chaotic and disorganized, it wasn't funny enough, and that if I want to be popular, I need to clip it into short form content so I can have my sound bites be consumable as short form content. Or at the very least, he said, at the very least, I could advertise the stream more. Ew. It's a watermelon one, that's a watermelon one. Sugar-free, it fixes tired fast. So today, before the stream, I said in the Action Button Discord, I said, it's a really big stream tonight. We have some important stuff to discuss. I'll be addressing a few rumors about my conduct and making a few allegations about former colleagues. In summary, it's going to be very serious, and it would be good if everyone tuned in. The fate of the Action Button brand is at stake here, and I want to make sure to treat it respectfully. It's very important that everyone tune in. I said this immediately before the stream, and it got me 238 viewers. So that's up from that's a bump of that's a bump of like 56. So my question is, them 56 of you, what's freaking wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? That's what it takes to get you to actually tune in. Like, what's freaking wrong with you? Stop that. God darn it. Come on. Come on. That's a bump of like 56 viewers. There's 56 of y'all just want to see something uncomfortable. Like, what the heck? And I'll tell you something uncomfortable. We can actually do this. Yesterday in Midtown New York, Manhattan, I took a dump. I took a really big dump. We can talk about this. Is this interesting? Does this count as gossip, rumors, and scandal? Let me tell you about how I took a dump. So I had a hemorrhoid procedure by perfect surprise a little over 2.5 weeks ago. And boy, are my arms tired, first of all, because, I was doing this. I was flapping my arms a lot on the toilet for a couple of weeks. And it was bad. And I was taking a bunch of, it was difficult. It was like squeezing milk from a stone to get turds to pop for about 2 weeks, because the hemorrhoids were banded and they were sliding out. They were slipping off. They were shriveling up and they were snapping out. Right. So they were popping out one at a time. They were popping out and it was hard. It felt kind of like Demtoids was sideways, is kind of the way it felt. Now, I'm not really sure what a sideways turd would feel like. That's kind of what it felt like. Very, very dry. I was taking a bunch of laxatives so as to, Nestle Quickify, really hardcore, just really Nestle Quickify my turds so that it just kind of was, more of a falling sensation than a floating or flying sensation. That's a Lawnmower Man reference. Pierce Brosnan, dude. Everybody calls him James Bond. I call him the Lawnmower Man. He wasn't the Lawnmower Man. He was the Lawnmower. He was the Lawnmower Man's creator, kind of like Frankenstein is the monster, and the Victor Frankenstein is Frankenstein's daddy, right? We get all this. What was I talking about? Yeah, so I wanted my turds to just flow, and they did for a while. But I've returned to solid dumps that are, long brown bananas, right? Warm, hot brown bananas. I got my HBBs back. I got my hot brown bananas back. Now, they're back. They're back, and I've been eating my big salads, my big egg white omelets, and the sorts of stuff that I eat. I've been back on the normal food after kind of hesitating to include any sort of nuts or seeds. So I had to go to the bathroom. So here's what happened. I had to get my hair cut, and the only appointment I could get was an early morning appointment. And then I had to go have a coffee with a guy. I was selling something on Craigslist. We don't need to talk about what it was. If anybody wants to buy an Atomos Ninja 5 camera monitor, or a Blackmagic Decklink Quad, or a Sonnet Echo SE3, and you live in New York, or if you'd like to buy a pair of John Elliott Escobar sweatpants, I'm done selling stuff on the internet. I sold 2 pairs of shoes on Grailed, and they took so much money in taxes and fees, so much. It ended up being like about 50% of the sales. And then the person who bought my loafers, they still haven't paid me for them. And I'm told it's highly possible that they're going to ask for a refund and say the package arrived in an unsavory state. And therefore, I just lose my shoes and get no money for it. I'm out all my shoes. I got rid of all my shoes. I got rid of all my dress shoes because I thought I could do better. I thought I could pay a little attention and do better. But anyway, I was selling something to a guy, and I had to meet him at his office building, okay? So I show up at the office building, and it's in a slightly fancier part of town than I personally would ever like to go into an office building. And I'm supposed to meet this guy at 11, and I'm there. I get there like 10:52. Okay, and I'm like, it is 10:49, I'm a few blocks away, and it was like Niagara turds. Like, I could freaking feel it. Like, an impending intestinal requirement. I get into this swanky building lobby, and not shabbily dressed, I would say. Dressed well enough. My clothes were clean. My hair was freshly cut. I was clean shaven. I looked freaking normal. I didn't walk in there looking like I had crack rocks in my shirt pocket, you know? Right? I walked up to the guy, and the guy, he goes, "Can I help you, sir?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm supposed to meet somebody here in like 10 minutes. Do you have a bathroom, a public bathroom I can use while I wait?" And he goes, "No, we don't have a public bathroom." And I'm like, "Okay." And I'm like, "I really am meeting a guy." And he said, "I'm sure you are." And I was like, "Man." And I was like, "All right, I'll be back." And he goes, "All right, sir. Good luck," he says as I leave. And I knew where to go, because a guy like me, a guy who lives in New York, knows that he's not allowed to call himself a true New Yorker. You're not a true New Yorker unless you are bumping into a lot of people because you're holding your phone with two hands a few inches from your face. You're not a real New Yorker until you're doing that. Okay, and we're gonna get back to that in a moment. I'll never be a true New Yorker because I put my phone away and I try to pay attention. I get out of the way of the people who are holding their phones with two hands. So I get out, and as a person who lives in New York, I know exactly where the nearest acceptable public bathroom is. So what's an acceptable public bathroom in New York? Well, it's clean enough. It's clean enough, and when you have a visceral need to drop a goddamn deuce, when you're bursting, when you're turbiburstulous, you can count on it to have a stall with a throne upon which to sit to when you rule your kingdom, right? Those are the two things in a public bathroom. Now, really, the clean one is negotiable. You can put up with a bathroom that's pretty dirty. The cleanliness aspect, we keep track of that just for record keeping purposes. And it's like in the very, very rare opportunity that there are two bathrooms and one has the luxury of walking 2 minutes longer to get to one over the other. That's when the cleanliness factor kicks in. Usually that factor doesn't kick in. In my case, I needed any public bathroom, and I didn't care how clean it was. It just so happened that the nearest one was also a very clean one. And that bathroom, my friends, was the Apple Store on 59th Street and 5th Avenue. The flagship, the NYC flagship Apple Store. Now, when I say the requirement number 2 of the public bathroom, again, really, you're going to go to any public bathroom that's available, period, right? Period. You're going to go to, like, if you have to use the bathroom, you are going to any bathroom you can in New York. Any bathroom, okay? Any bathroom. You're going to any freaking bathroom you can. It's just every once in a while, one, diarrhea like lightning strikes a man, sometimes out of the clear blue freaking sky in the cold light of day. A lightning bolt of diarrhea striketh the man on the top of his head, and he feels it in his diaper. And it's like, well, I got to go to the bathroom, and you duck into, for example, a Starbucks. Okay? For example, a Starbucks. You pop in. Usually this is a cursed move, because the lines at Starbucks bathrooms are insane. And every time a person comes out of a toilet in a Starbucks bathroom, every single time, they're doing this. They're just coming out like this. And they come out, they reach behind themselves, they slowly close the door, and then they turn around. It's like they're slowly closing the door to the bathroom while they continue typing. And it's like, do you not see the line of literally 29 people waiting to use this bathroom? You could just leave it open. You just let the guy, you're not even looking at the line. It's terrible, right? It's terrible. So occasionally the Starbucks will really let you down. And I passed a Starbucks on my way from this office building to the Apple Store. And I thought, I didn't even think once about going in there to use the bathroom because there was a line for coffee out the door. Okay? There was a line out the door for coffee. And I'm like, the bathroom is at least twice as popular as the coffee at any self-respecting Starbucks in New York. Anybody who is a New York person knows about the Astor Place Starbucks, right? Do we know the Astor Place Starbucks? That's the Starbucks, right? That's the Starbucks. That's Manhattan's number one Starbucks bathroom. I think the number one bathroom in Manhattan. Do we have anybody who knows? Anybody who knows? I'm just going to say it. The number one bathroom in Manhattan is Barnes & Noble Union Square. That has been the bathroom since the very first time I ever freaking visited this city. It's been the Union Square Barnes & Noble. That's the bathroom. However, today, it was Apple Store or nothing for me because I needed to know that a stall would be available. And the Apple Store dump box has 3 luxurious stalls. It is a huge bathroom. 59th Street, 5th Avenue, flagship Apple Store. They have this spiral staircase that goes down into the ground. It's very, very, it's very utopian. It's very Star Trek. Now, the thing is, you get up to the Apple Store and it's on the horizon. And I saw lined up outside the Apple Store, I freaking kid you not, at least 2,000 people. And I was like, it just freaking, my ghost just dropped out the bottom of my shoes, right? It was like 2,000 people. I'm like, are these people all here to take a dump? And then you get kind of around, you angle your way around, and you angle your way around, you get up to the front door, and you're like, wait a second. These people aren't in line for the Apple Store. They're just standing around. They're not doing freaking anything. They looked like some kind of a tour group, but you show me where there's a freaking tour group that big, And also, what would they even be doing there? So they weren't anywhere near the entrance of the Apple Store. I went in, unobstructed, went straight to the bathroom. A guy stops me at the bottom of the stairs. He looked at me. I must have been freaking sweating bullets because I'd just been pounding pavement down 5th Avenue with the number 5 avenuesing out my hole. It was so progressed, it was a number 5. I've been turd repressed lately because of the hemorrhoidal experience and the hemorrhoid procedure that was done by surprise and all that. So, stomping on down roundabout 55th and 5th Avenue with the number 5 avenuesing out my back hole. We're going to call it my back hole now. We're going to call it a back hole. It's fine. So, the guy stops me at the bottom of the stairs. He goes, "Can I help you, sir?" And I'm like... And I literally looked him right in the eye and I said, "Not today, Poindexter." And I backhand slapped him. And it's all over the news that I hit this guy. So that's, I didn't hit the guy. Spritz vibe. It's pretty good. I think you're supposed to mix it with alcohol because it's more lightly carbonated than the other Celsiuses. They're trying to invent a new sort of a DIY for Loco, I think. So the guy said, "Can I help you?" And I said, yeah, do you all have a bathroom? Knowing full well the answer to my question, I said, yeah, do you have a bathroom? And he goes, "It's right back over there and to the left. Go down the hall, second door on the right." And I'm like, all right, you didn't need to, these goddamn Apple employees are so helpful. So I got in there, and here is the important part. I'm about to tell a story. This story is 100% unembellishedly true. There is nothing, I don't have to embellish a single molecule of this story. This is 100% non-fictional story time. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what happened to me in the Apple Store bathroom. Okay, so I reach the bottom of the stairs. The guy asks if he can help me. I say, "Where's the bathroom?" He points to it, and then I cross the store. If you've ever been to the Fifth Avenue Apple Store, it's a glass cube with a spiral staircase that goes down. There's a little glass cube up above ground, and then there's like the retail floor is reasonably bigger than a football field. It's a very large retail area underground, a very serene atmosphere. They pump in good oxygen. It's nice. For some reason that I'll never understand, you walk around any city in the world where there's tourists and you will see tens of thousands of people with iPhones and Apple Watches, right? Which kind of might lead one to believe everybody done got one, right? But for some reason, every time you go into this Apple Store, there are at least 1,000 people, many of them visibly out-of-towners, perusing the selections. Maybe they're getting accessories. Maybe they want an AirPods case rubber bumper. Maybe they want a phone case. Maybe they want alternative ear tips for their AirPods, right? Like, I don't know what it is they all want. But there are hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people in this Apple Store every time you go in. It is crazy crowded. And again, I don't really understand it. I know Apple sells millions and millions and millions of iPhones all the time. I guess they're just always selling 1,000 of them at the same time at this Apple Store, because man, I cannot overstate how crowded this store always is. So I walk across the sales floor toward the bathroom. I make the left turn into the back hall. Jerry just dropped a pile of the screwdrivers or whatever onto the ground. I don't know what that was, if you all heard that. Jerry's leaving for her ballet class. Goodbye, Jerry. Somebody out there? Who is it? Who's out there? Is it that freaking guy? Is it that lady? Who is it? Hold on, somebody's out there. Who is it? Is it that guy? Is it that freaking old man? I thought he was dead. See you later, Jerry. There's a creepy old guy standing out in front of our door, kind of peeking in. He wasn't peeking in. He was waiting. He was waiting for the elevator. I cross the sales floor. I go into the little back hall, and I go into the bathroom. The bathroom is, now I need you all to memorize all of these details, okay? I need you all to memorize all of these details. The bathroom is completely empty. No one is in there, okay? No one's in there. They have several sinks, several urinals, and then they have 3 stalls, okay? 3 stalls. 2 normal stalls, 1 big wheelchair accessible stall, okay? I went into the wheelchair accessible stall. And I'll tell you why I went in. Because I went into the first stall and the door wouldn't lock. I went into the second stall and the door wouldn't lock. I went into the third stall and the door locked. Okay? So I was like, I need a locked door while I take a dump today. I hung my coat up on the door. And I sat down and I began, it was an instant blast, okay? I'm going to be honest, it was audible. You'd have to be a freaking numbskull to not hear it, okay? Now, here's the story, though. Here's where the story comes into play. As I was entering the stall, I heard a sound, a very, very loud sound approaching me from behind. Okay? I could hear it moving down the hall in like toward the bathroom, and I could hear it rounding the corner. I sat down, and my turds were flowing we're talking like a turd like the length of a freaking intestine. Okay, like it was a flow. It was fine. Now, what was the sound I could hear behind me? It was a comedy podcast, or at least I'm not really sure what podcasts are. I'm not sure what qualifies something as a comedy podcast, but when the hosts are laughing really, really loudly back and forth at each other, and like a guy's getting in like 3 words and they're just continuing to cackle, and there's like 9 guys in a room, and they're just like laughing back and forth really loud, uproariously. It's clearly like 4 white guys just like laughing into Shure SM7Bs or electro voices, right? The 9 Guys podcast. Yeah. Is that actually a pod? Is that actually a podcast? I'm not even joking. I hear a podcast coming down the hall. Okay. And I mean, I'm a pretty audio aware person. I can tell it's coming out of iPhone speakers. Okay. Okay. I'm sitting on the toilet. I hear the podcast enter the bathroom, where it begins promptly to echo, right? I hear the podcast approach. The first turd is still flowing. And then something I've been afraid of my entire life happened. I looked to the top of the door, Jerry, and I saw this. I saw a human hand reach up and grip the top of the door, okay? Like a freaking slasher monster, right? Just reached right up and gripped the door. Didn't touch the door. Put his hand up over the door and pushed really hard. Comedy podcast blasting loud as he did so, right? Just push the door, and I watched the door buckle. Now, mind you, there are 2 stalls right next to me with the doors wide open. Visibly, no one is in any of those stalls. Visibly, nobody's in either of those stalls. This guy didn't check to see the locks don't work, which they didn't, but he didn't even try to go in there. Anyway, hand over the stall, comedy podcast blasting, slam, pushes the door. And you know, if you've been to a New York public bathroom, you know it's all these like cheap metal dividers, right? The whole divider system is they're just kind of bolted to the wall, and they're all just kind of propping up one another. They're supporting one another, much like New Yorkers themselves, right? So they're just like all of the stall doors are just it's like a freaking Fortnite shanty, right? So it's all just House of Cardsing, just like moving around with this one push. And I go, hey, I'm in here, I say. Like 1, 2, 3. The sound of the comedy podcast becomes a little muffled. 2 hands are now on top of the door. A hard push. Everything rattles. And I'm sitting there like, man. And I go, yo! Like that. I yelled, yo. Okay? I couldn't think of what else to do. I don't look like that kind of guy, but he didn't know what I looked like. You know, he just could have thought I'm the kind of guy, whoever's taking a dump in here is the kind of guy to yell, yo, to get someone's attention. I said, yo, like that. The hands come down, right? I swear to freaking God, the sound of the comedy podcast becomes unmuffled. Here's what I did. I reached down and I pulled up my underwear and my jeans, which were already at a modest height. I situated them such that no matter how tall this man is, like for example, if he was like 7 feet tall and crouched down while he was doing this, no matter how tall this man was, he was not going to see my genitals, right? I made sure, like before he showed up, there was, I'm pretty sure that the angle of my jeans would occlude my genitals from the line of sight of any accidental enterer. This man, however, proved himself possessive of intent beyond the accidental, okay? This man, he was gonna break the lock. He was going to do it. Because I could see that door. I could see that door like buckling, and I could see that little tiny nubby stub of a metal lock. That's the little turn latch style lock. I could see it kind of jittering its way out of the divot. I could see a divot jittering, okay? So I was ready, and the turd was still like, I was still turding. I was blasting. It was having maybe one of the most triumphant dumps of my life, given the fact that I felt a horrible need and then I had to walk for like 14 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, the guy I'm supposed to sell the thing to is freaking texting me, asking if I'm a narc, asking if I ditched him. Now, when this was all over, I did go back and I did sell the guy the thing, and he was waiting for me, and he was very rude. However, I took a look at the doorman. I pointed at him. I said, "Told you I was going to be back." And he went, "You did come back." And then I left. So I'm in there. Back on the toilet. Turds exiting. Surely enough, one hand on top of the door. One final extremely hard push. The door bursts wide open. It like slams into the wall and bounces back just kind of a little bit slowly. The turd plunks into the toilet with the sound of a trained dolphin completing a jump, right? I swear to God darn God, he had his phone in one hand as he opened the door. And then his hand came down. This is, again, completely unembellished. His hand came down and gets on his phone. And he types. He just starts typing, right? He's like fingers like this, typing on the phone. And he freaking stepped 1, 2, 3 into this massive wheelchair accessible stall. And then he looks up at me. And I said, "Hello?" And he just like looked back down at his phone and then just like turned around and left. And I was like, what the heck? I've always been afraid that something like that was going to happen while I'm using a bathroom. And it did. So it did happen. He then he turns around and leaves, and I say, "Can you close the door?" And I'm sitting there, and I'm like pulling out a bunch of toilet paper to try to, cork my to make something of a makeshift kind of cotton candy style cork for the butt crack zone, to prevent any blurbling or spillage, right? So I'm doing this, and then I hear a couple footsteps, and the guy comes back to the door, and he like reaches and just closes the door and then turns around, and the door then just like swings back open. And I kind of fashion myself a temporary diaper, and I get up and I waddle over because I don't want to mess with my underwear. I don't want to mess with my underwear. I fashion a temporary diaper and I waddle over to the door and I close it and I like do that lock, right? Okay. Someone says, "Is the lock broken?" No, the lock was in its default state, which is it's a cheap metal lock on a bathroom that, let's face it, thousands of people are in this store at any given moment. Literally, there's 1,000 people in this flagship 5th Avenue, 59th Street Apple store at any given second of any business day. This bathroom has likely been destroyed and remade like at least like 20 times in the history of the store. I'm not sure, but it's like, it is just a cheaply put together bathroom. This is something you won't understand if you live in the Midwest. Now, I'm a person who has lived in the Midwest, has lived in Europe, Japan, China. I've been all around the place. I've been all around the world, Korea. I've been everywhere, man. Okay? Like freaking Johnny Cash. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that in Manhattan, the nicest retail stuff is crazy low grade. Like, I'm talking like store experiences. I like to, when we lived in Brooklyn, there was a Target. This is Brooklyn, like not even Manhattan. When we lived in Brooklyn, we went to the Target at Atlantic Avenue a lot. And I like to joke about how that Target at Atlantic Avenue was like what it would be like if they made a Target on a cruise ship. Or they made a Target on like a Navy battleship, or a Target on an aircraft carrier. Because it's made of parts that seem really makeshift and cheap. And it's because the high pedestrian foot traffic, like people kind of come in and people shop for blood in New York, right? So all the retail stuff in New York, the fixtures and fittings are of the absolute bargain basement quality. Like similarly, if anyone from New York ever has a chance to go to, I don't know, the Chicago suburbs or whatever, check out a Target there. And report back on how nice all the fixtures and fittings and bathrooms and stalls and all of that are. And before anybody in the chat tries to say anything about how they used a bathroom in northern Indiana and it was awful, or I was at the Target in Lawrence, Kansas, and there was diarrhea on the floor, like whatever it is you're here to say, I'm going to tell you, New York has at least 6,000 worse examples than whatever you can think of. No offense to New York. Again, it doesn't really subtract too many points. But here's the thing. The lock wasn't broken. The lock was not broken. It was just a cheap lock, and it was cheap dividers, again, that 3 of the walls, like the divider walls, were bolted to the concrete wall. And then the rest of them were just kind of hanging. They were just fixed to those. So you have a couple like walls that don't even reach the floor so that you can see the feet in the stall. A couple walls that don't reach the floor that are just kind of bolted to the middle, and they're pretty floppy to begin with. And they're all just kind of house of carded to each other. So if you shake the door enough, like it will jitter out of the lock. It just will. It'll jitter out the divot. It'll jitter out the divot. It's divot jittering, okay? You can divot jitter these things if you hit it enough. So I spent some time over the course of the day kind of trying to psychologize this person who burst in. Like, he walked past 2 stalls that were wide open. Okay. And then he decided, he's like, yeah, I'm a wheelchair stall kind of guy. I'm a wheelchair stall kind of guy. I like the room. He wanted to listen to his comedy podcast on his phone speakers in the big stall, right? Is what he really wanted to do. That's what he wanted, right? Because it has better acoustics. We all know this. The big stalls have better acoustics for your iPhone speakers. So he wanted to be in the big stall, and he's just like, oh, the door's closed. Okay, so again, the doors are so cheap. They're all jittery. If he had put his hand on the door and pushed it a little bit to see if it was locked, first of all, it would have resisted, and it would have immediately communicated to him that it was locked. and likely occupied without him having to peer under the divider to see the confirmatory presence of shoes. He wouldn't have had to do that if he just touched it. But also, if he had just touched it to see if the door was locked, I would have known he'd touched it because all the corresponding metal partition walls would have jittered, okay? They would have all visibly and audibly jittered had he done that. He didn't do that. He went straight for reaching and grabbing the top of the door and pushing it hard, which just makes me think that's what he does, right? That's what he does. Right? That's just how he opens every bathroom stall. He just assumes, oh, that door's closed. It's probably a little stuck. Let me see what I can do. Like, I have no other means of understanding what was in this guy's brain. Now, here's something I forgot to mention. He had on his head a pair of Apple AirPods Maxes. He was listening to his phone through the speakers, but he had the AirPods Max on his head. I don't know why. It was cold outside. Maybe he was using them as earmuffs. Like, I don't know. But he had them on his head, and I guess he wasn't using them. He probably had them on transparency mode. Don't understand. I don't understand. But this fellow, I can say with complete confidence, and I mean nothing by it, but this was a white man, and he was... he really looked like the kind of guy who listens to comedy podcasts, right? It's what he looked like. And his face, he did not register any shame or apology at all for intruding on a man, who was either visibly taking a dump or doing a very good job of pretending to take a dump. And here's what I heard like a minute later. I heard, are you ready for this? Okay, are you ready for this? The comedy podcast continues for about 1 minute. Just, oh my God, dude. Oh, F word, dude. F word, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh my God, dude. You're so... Right, and I'm just like, okay. For like a minute of that. And then I heard distinctly with my trained ears, I detected the sound of a urinal flushing. The man didn't even have to take a dump. He wanted to take a leak in a wheelchair stall. And he was willing to bust a door for it. Now, here's the stinger. 1 minute after that, I heard hip-hop music entering the bathroom. And you will never guess what happened. It happened twice. It happened twice in 2 minutes while I was wiping. Except in this case, I looked up and said, "Hey!" And the guy looked me up and he said, "Ah, shoot, man, why didn't you say anything?" And I was like, all right. Like, what am I supposed to say? What? Like, yell from across the bathroom that I'm in the stall that you're approaching? So yeah, a second guy came in the goddarn stall. It happened twice. The thing I was the most scared of in my life, someone busting into a bathroom stall. It happened twice in 2 minutes. That's not while I was wiping too. I could hear the hip hop music entering the bathroom. I could hear it. And I'm like, oh, surely this fellow's not going to go all the way to the end of the bathroom and bust in. And he did. He got it in one, too. He didn't have to rattle it 3 times. He didn't have to rattle. I guess it was loose from the first guy rattling it like both-handedly before he bust in with the third. Just busting in. And that's how addicted people are to their freaking phones. Meanwhile, all I do on my phone is just refresh my Amazon orders page. because I want Cokes. I want Coca-Colas. And I keep ordering Cokes because they don't have them downstairs. And I keep ordering Cokes on Amazon and they keep disappearing. They keep disappearing on me. They keep going out for delivery and then disappearing. They keep going out for delivery and it says out for delivery and then they disappear. Then they disappear. Let me actually show you. We'll show you. Hold on. They keep going out for delivery and then suddenly they're gone. And I just want Cokes. I'm a simple fellow. I see Cokes and I want them. I don't know what. So here's how it goes. As you can see, it says ordered, shipped, out for delivery, delivered. Right? Those are the four genders of Amazon delivery. As you can see at the top, we temporarily lost signal from your delivery driver, but your order is still on the way. Okay. Here's what happens every time. They lose it and it's gone. And they just immediately send me a freaking refund is what they do. This happens every time. Every time. What happens after that? Let me show you. Hold on. Yeah, here we are. Every single time, what happens is this. Okay, every single time, it says my order's out for delivery, and then I refresh. Oh, we've lost contact with your delivery driver, Clarice, and then that's it. It's gone. Right? They call me Clarice. And then they tell me it's gone. I imagine Bezos probably calls everyone he knows Clarice. Here's what it does this, right? It then says a refund will appear. So in the last 7 days, and this is going to make me sound like a psycho. But in the last 7 days, I have had this happen, and I'm not trying to sound like a jerk, not trying to make anybody have the worst day at their job. This has happened to 12 cases of Coke in the last 7 days. It's happened to 12 cases of Coke. And I don't understand why. Today's order, I ordered, so I've been trying to, we make a lot of orders on Amazon because I want Bezos to recognize me and be my friend. But we make a lot of orders on Amazon because it's a tough world out there. Like, for example, if I try to go to Whole Foods, what happens if I have to go to the bathroom on the way there, right? I'm freaking dead. I'm going to get busted in on. And one of these days, a guy busting into the stall is going to have a box cutter in his hand, right? And what do I do then? Get my freaking throat slit? No way, Jose, right? So I order these Cokes on Amazon, and it's very reliable, except for the past couple of weeks when I guess I'm up to 18 cases of Coke being lost in the past 3 weeks. 18 cases of Coke have been lost in the mail. Now, you all remember a few weeks ago when I ordered some Cokes from Amazon. Do we all remember what happened? I ordered Cokes from Amazon and they were expired, right? So, okay, just to be clear, that's 18K. Before I get a DM from a VOD viewer saying that I'm clearly lying because I said one number and then I said another number. That's 18 in the last 3 weeks. That's 12 in the last 7 days, okay? This is all real. I'm not making this up. They keep losing my Cokes. They don't sell the Coke Zeros in the store downstairs. They don't sell them at the CVS down the street. They sell them at Target, but that's like, it's like 14 blocks and they cost twice as much as they would on Amazon. And then I got to carry them home, right? I don't want to do that. Like, why wouldn't I just buy them on Amazon and then wait until tomorrow for them to show up, right? It makes sense. We all remember what happened the last time that I actually got Cokes delivered from Amazon. They were Star Wars Cokes and they were a month expired, right? So I've lost 12 cases of Coke from Amazon in the last 7 days. However, last night, our water fountain we use for our dogs broke, right? You can see I got a new one. I got the same fountain, except I got the fully stainless steel model because the plastic one was... I don't endorse this either way, but the plastic one was kind of busted. It was very cheap. I got the stainless steel one. It just arrived. That's why the stream started a little later than 6 p.m. because I was setting it up. I was putting the filter in correctly, getting it going. Someone interrupted my story by saying they love Cokes but are scared of kidney stones. You're not going to get kidney stones from drinking Coke. Just drink some freaking water. Like, you have to drink water. You can have some Cokes. Don't be an idiot. I just got all my stuff checked. I'm perfectly fine. I also don't really drink that many Cokes. Drink water. You got to drink water. Anyway, drink water is what my dogs are doing with their new fountain, which is fully stainless steel. Fully stainless steel. So here's what I did when I ordered this fountain. Like, the fountain broke last night. I promptly ordered, we'd had it for 5 years. I promptly ordered a new one because we ordered the previous one right when we moved into this apartment. So Bibithy could have his little fountain, but it was made of plastic and they didn't have a fully stainless steel option. Now, personally, I think pet stuff sucks. Like almost every, like if you get on Amazon and look up dog water fountain, it's like, I must have seen, like, because I was like, maybe we could try a different brand. There were well over 300 brands of fully stainless steel dog fountains that are all just like, I mean, like AI generated brand names that are just clearly like Temu reskin drop ships, right? So it's just like, it's a really, really grim future that we live in here on Dystopia Planet. The simplest thing you try to look for on Amazon doesn't work. Doesn't work because you're going to end up getting about 6,000 brand names that are some guy in China is just smoking a cigarette and he's going, all right, I can buy this thing for $1 from Temu and then I can pretend to be a brand selling it on Amazon and I can mark it up to $9. What's the name of my brand? And then he just like slaps the keyboard and whatever word there is, he just cuts it down to 5 letters and goes, all right, that's my brand name. His brand name is like ASDFGH, right? So he's got the long cigarette holder, yeah, right? So he's holding it like this. So we ordered, the same fountain we'd gotten before, just the stainless steel one. It showed up. Again, the previous one worked for 5 years. We had to clean the fountain pretty frequently. The fountain's whole housing was made of rubber and plastic, which is porous. And, we got bad water here, so it's tough to filter. The porous plastic, it ended up getting so sludgy, it was uncleanable. And I was like, you know what? It's cheaper for me to just buy another one. And as with all dog stuff, usually the thing you end up getting is like cheaper than you want. Like, you want something that costs a little more money because you feel a little bit better. It's like, it feels weird to buy a machine that has moving parts that costs like less than $6, right? We can all admit this, right? If it's got something that moves, you feel like it should cost a little bit more, right? You feel like it should cost like $20. Anyway, the one we got's like $30. There's a $200 ceramic one, and then there's like 300 different $8 ones. But this is the one that is the award-winning one that has tens of thousands of reviews on Amazon. So I was like, here's what I'm going to do. I keep ordering Cokes by themselves. Today, I'm going to order 2 cases of Coke and this dog fountain. Showed up in a few hours. It showed up in a few hours. There was a big box with the dog fountain and 2 cases of Coke in it. So I figured out how to get Cokes. It's to not order them by themselves. If I order them by themselves, they get lost. That's 18 cases of Coke 9 separate orders that all got lost, and it was just Coke. Okay, 9 orders of Coke all got lost and refunded. Got a dog water fountain and 2 cases of Coke, and it showed up within like 6 hours. Let me show you the Cokes. Oh yeah. It's Star Wars, baby. It's Star Wars, baby. So here we go. Ready? Live on tap. Live on tape. What's the expiration date? Is it freaking faded? Is it freaking faded? November 24th, 2025. What? No. Is this Anakin on the Coke too? It's Anakin on the Coke. I don't want Star Wars Cokes. I want Santa Cokes. I want Santa Claus Cokes. Someone says it's not bad for you. It'll just be stale. I don't want to drink stale Coke. I drink like 4 Cokes a week. I want them to be good. Okay? That's all. I want them to be fresh. I drink like 4 Cokes a week. I don't want them, I just don't want them to, I just want them to, I want them to be fresh. And I'll be honest, they start to taste bad around the expiration date in my experience. Okay, there is no way that this is still good. This tastes freaking crazy. Like this tastes freaking crazy. It tastes like baking soda. It does not taste like Coke. Someone's asking, what if they're the Cokes you ordered 6 months ago? We know they're not because they came with the dog fountain that I ordered this morning. And they're not room temperature. They're pretty cold, okay? I had them in the refrigerator all day. So they're cold. Like, don't freaking mess with me. Yeah, it's bad. Let's check this other case. This is Anakin as well. Another Anakin Cokes. Now, I'm very, very certain the Star Wars Coke promotion has ended. Wait, lowercase j might be correct. These actually might be from the original release of Star Wars Episode 3. We've got the Focus Rambo in the chat saying, don't look at the expiration, try it and then look. All right, I'll do it. I did not look at the expiration date of this one. We're going to taste it and we're going to see. I got to finish this one to properly saturate my palate, I believe is the tasting term. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. It's weird that they're not going to give me a refund, man. I can use the photo from the last Cokes. I can use the last photo I sent them and just say they're stale. But maybe they'll get me. Maybe Jeffy will get me. Big Jeff. Big old Big Jeff. Big Ball Jeff. Big Balls Jeff. Is that his name? Big Balls Jeff? That's probably what his name is, isn't it? Let's see. It just doesn't feel like the freaking. I think I've mentioned this on the streams, and I freaking. We had a heart to heart about it, right? We did. I talked about how I'm just having trouble getting into the Christmas spirit this year. I'm having trouble getting into the spirit of the season. And Stale Cokes with the freaking the Shonen Darth Vader Chronicles on here it's not helping. Like, it's not helping. There's nothing freaking festive about this guy. He killed all of them, the women, the children. He killed all of the Sand People. Is that where he is in this pic here? Is that him having just slain the entire settlement? Like, guy's freaking nuts. You know? Or wait, is this episode 3? Is this Order 66? Like, what is the? I'm not like a prequels guy. I'm not a prequels guy. He killed the younglings. He killed the Tusken younglings. He killed them. He slayed them. He slayed them. Oh, this tastes so bad. Honestly, I think 9/11 happened because of Star Wars Episode 1. I think it was a reaction to that. So someone in the chat is saying they wish that we'd had the Star Wars sequels before 9/11. Sure. But also, it just wouldn't have been possible because the prequels would have always induced an act of terrorism so great as to live on in infamy forever. This is very bad. This is very bad. I actually think the expiration date has to be wrong. If the prequels were good, would we have world peace? No. There'd be a different type of terrorism. Lowercase J's dropped starwars.fandom.com wiki September 11. Let's take a look. Tony Gilroy was born on September 11th. There's a lot of people were born on September 11th. I like Tony Gilroy. I think that guy's pretty cool. I'm just really sad about my Cokes. I kind of was hoping they would be like insanely expired. But the fact that they're technically still good is so offensive to me. It's terrible. Maybe She Forgot says, if episode 1 came out after 9/11, Lucas would have had to cut Rats Tyrell's graphic pod racing death. See, I'm so legit, I don't even really know which pod racer that is because I'm so not a prequels guy. I'm not a prequels guy. We've talked about this before on the streams, right? We've talked about this. We've talked about this before on the streams. And I saw Star Wars Episode 1 in the theater. When it came out, day it came out. Day it came out, Indianapolis, Indiana. I saw it in Indianapolis, Indiana. And boy, are my arms tired. My God. Oh, Lord, my God. It was so bad. And, you know, I'm fine with it now. I mean, I would never say I love the Star Wars prequels. I would never say that. I would never say that now. I wouldn't say I love them or I understand them. But, you know, I've forgiven them for the way I felt. Maybe She Forgot says, Rats Tyrell is a little guy who screams like a goblin as he hits the wall and explodes fantastically. It's great. The wall then lights on fire and tumbles to the ground. And then the wall next to it tumbles to the ground as well. Okay, so I can see why they would have cut that from after 9/11. You know, I know a little story about some terrorists blowing up a building full of people. It's called Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. Okay, we're ready for this Coke. We're ready for the second Coke. I guess I have to drink the whole thing before I can see the expiration date because it's going to be on the bottom. So there's a second Coke from the other. This is from the other 12 pack. It's from the other 12 pack. Okay, this one tastes worse. This one actually tastes worse. This one actually tastes worse. Like, I'm not even making this up. I don't even care what the expiration date is on it. I think it's worse. Whew. Not enjoying this one. This one tastes really, really watered down and really salty. So I kind of want to see that. Like, my phone is really hot. Why is my phone was really hot, and I was like, why is my phone so hot? And then I scrolled up, and I saw that there's like literally Pacers versus Cavs is just playing in the Amazon window. So Amazon is just making my phone hot. I was like, my phone was freaking scorching. That is kind of neat. This is kind of like what we kind of thought the future would be like when we were kids, you know, that we would just have like videos playing in a device in our hands, you know, right? You know, we kind of just thought that would be what the future would be like, is just like having a motion picture just happening in a little device in our hand. But Lord, it's so hot. I have the titanium iPhone, which is, you know, it gets kind of hot in a weird way. It's not very good for thermals. Actually, I'm going to close the Amazon app. This is hateful. I don't want to drink this, but I can't see the exp date on it until I can I? It's not letting me turn the flashlight on. I don't know why it's not letting me turn the flashlight on. It won't let it keeps vibrating and then not letting me turn the flashlight on. It's not doing it. I know I can hold it over my head. It's just my camera is my camera has excellent low light performance. In other words, what you're seeing here is a lot brighter than it is in real life. It's actually much darker in here than what you're seeing because of the superlative low light performance of the Sony A7S III sensor. Meaning I need a light in order to see the expiration date, but the flashlight is not working. I've never had this happen before. Is it because the phone is overheated? I mean, it's really hot. Like, I mean, it is really hot. It's not working. Is fandom open in the background? No. No, I don't have any. There's no fandom wikis open. I think it was the Amazon app. It's cooling down now. It's cooling down. I think, but it should still let me open the flashlight, right? I've never experienced this. Like, I cannot turn the flashlight on. See? You see the icon shrink? It's just not working. Why is the flashlight not working? It doesn't want to turn the flashlight on when it's too hot? That's so weird. I mean, to be fair, my iPhone has never been as hot as it was a minute ago. And it's easily because they had a 4K 60 FPS NBA basketball broadcast just playing on the Amazon front page, which is crazy, but it rules. So I'm just going to sit here continuing to drink expired Coke in a dark room while talking about, people who bust in on me whilst I was making turds in an underground bunker toilet. Bibithy's here. That's my dog. That's my dog. I like my dog. He's hilarious. This Coke is so bad. It is so much worse than the first one. Wish somebody would freaking kill me. So, Tuesday, we talked about how Mimsy's Game is nominated for a Game Award. I want to follow up about that. Mimsy's Game is nominated for a Game Award, and I talked about it on the stream on Tuesday. That was basically all we talked about was the Game Awards nominees announcement video, where I talked about how I felt about the nominees, the Game Awards, the video game industry in general. And we talked about Mimsy's game being nominated. It is nominated in the categories called Best Woke. She's nominated for Best Woke. Will she win? Will she lose? I've got the Game Awards fever, and I hope you've got it too. And Best Woke, she's nominated for it. You can't freaking make this stuff up. Woke is back, and Mimsy is back. However, since this stream, which was Tuesday, I have received, I don't know if you all knew this, but there are some haters who watch the stream. And they watch it for the express purpose of trying to rile me up in my various inboxes with comments ferocious and mean. And for the last several days, my haters have actually merely emboldened me by proving how little attention they're paying. In other words, by insulting aspects which don't even pertain to me. Here's what I'm trying to say. Somebody sent me a message. Harshly criticizing Mimsy's Game and informing me that as a matter of fact, there is absolutely no way her game is going to win, and that it is pointless, nay, comical, for me to even entertain the idea of going to the awards show. They told me this. And I thought, well, first of all, they had a sort of a laundry list of insane complaints about Mimsy's Game, which I believe were all based on having just looked at the trailer. And I just want to tell this person, if you're watching, I didn't make that game. If you want to send hate mail to somebody about the game, send it to Mimsy, Just, leave a comment on her Instagram or her TikTok. I didn't make it. I don't even care if it don't wins. I'm gonna go to the Game Awards because I can. I mean, who cares if it doesn't win? If it doesn't win, you can brag about that. Is it an honor just to be nominated? Well, first of all, it's not me that's nominated. I didn't make the game. So I have actually received a few very granular, very specific video game design tips and pointers, writing tips and writing critiques and pointers about Mimsy's video game from people who seem insanely mistaken that I had anything creatively to do with it at all. I didn't make it. I was right here, and Mimsy was on the other side of this wall, okay? She was on the other side of this wall working in there while I was working right here. Stop sending me your criticisms of Mimsy's game. I didn't make it. She did. Okay? Someone asked, are these people stupid? I would say yes. I would say, like, all of them are. No, do not say there's none of that dialogue. Every single dialogue box I've seen in that game, I would have written very, very differently. Do not try to say that any of that dialogue seems like something I would have written. You are just putting your whole diaper on the deli counter scale. When you say that, you're putting your whole diaper on the butcher scale when you freaking say that to me, okay? I didn't make that goddamn game. I didn't make that goddamn game at all. Oh. I'm going to provide any input into any aspect of the game. Yeah, I repeatedly said, oh, that's good. Oh, I like that. I just said stuff like that. I don't freaking work for free. Like, are you kidding? I don't freaking work for free. Anyway, people trying to tell me you shouldn't be. I watched your stream from Tuesday. If you can call it that. It was merely you whinging. This person said whinging, by the way. They said whinging. They said that my stream was me whinging about the Game Awards nominees. So, yeah, it was absolute. My Brit detector popped off. My Brit detector popped off. It was Golok, yeah. So, like, they said, if you can even call it that, all I saw was you whinging for 2 hours about the Game Awards. I was like, was I whinging? Was I whinging about the Game Awards? I was just kind of talking. You know, I talk all the time about how these streams are just me trying to have fun. And then I get the hate mails from people who say, if the streams are about you having fun, why do you have to defend yourself for having fun? And it's like, because of you. Like, because you don't stop begging me to defend myself for just wanting to have fun. You keep asking me why I stream at all. I got a lot of tips, actually, since Tuesday. For some reason, something about Tuesday's stream got me a ton of tips from people offering hints and advice. And I didn't even upload I didn't even upload the VOD yet from Tuesday's stream. That's the crazy part. These are people who watched the VOD on Twitch, not on the superior YouTube version, which I uploaded and it wouldn't process. I don't know why it didn't process, but I uploaded it like twice and it would. There's sometimes YouTube doesn't process it. I just have to upload it again. I'm gonna export it again, upload it again. We'll find out soon. But I got a lot of tips and tricks from people who are like, I can help you. You got to post short form content. You got to do something to get people interested. You got to post on social media to let people know when you're streaming. You got to post it in your Instagram story. You got to post an Instagram story saying when you're streaming. But then I thought, so seldom have I posted like an Instagram story saying I'm going to stream. Every single time I've ever done that, I've released a video during the stream. Every single time. Even the time when I joked about how I wasn't going to be, and I had a really long explanation for what I was going to do, and I invented a whole thing to do during a stream just so I could launch a video at the end, which actually somehow surprised people. Was anybody surprised by that? Who was surprised by that? Who was surprised? Every time I've ever like announced there's going to be a stream, I've launched a video. Which I'm, not saying that's always going to be it. I would like to announce the streams and then not launch a video. But I feel like if I were to ever announce that I'm doing a stream, people would just expect there to be a video. I guess you got to break the ice by announcing a stream and then not. So I don't know if you all knew this, but if you're in the Discord, discord.gg/actionbutton, if you're in there, I don't ping anyone for the streams. I just say I'm streaming, and then one of the mods will ping. That's the chain of messaging that we have going, which is somebody else pings. I don't ping for the stream because one of my rules is to not publicize any of this stuff, right? That's one of my rules. But anyway, I got a lot of hints and tips and tricks from people on Tuesday. Here's how to get more viewers on your stream. So that's why we did the little experiment. Let's see where the viewership is at. We actually have more viewers now than we did at the beginning of the stream. So I enticed everyone into the stream by saying that we were going to comment on some controversies and scandals, but it was mostly just talking about turds taking dumps. You made your wife open the stream on her work laptop, so you got two instances going at once. That's good. That's good. Devil's Blush says they were surprised by the video release. Well, that's what I want. I want a couple of people who are not really paying attention to be surprised when I do something like that. Not saying I'm going to do that again. I would very much like to announce ahead of time before the next video comes out so that everybody knows when the new video is coming out. I would like to do that. But with that video, there was a certain way where I had a release date in mind, and basically my rules were I need to know I can export and upload the video, and it's free of copyright strikes, and all of that was clear. And I just didn't have, I was like, let's just do it during this thing. And then I set it all up. And I set it all up in a specific way. And it was fine. And it worked out just fine. And I thought that was okay. But, that stream, the Action Button Game of the Year stream, was very funny because the other people who were invited into the call, they knew that there was a special plan, and then they, they just kind of talked too much, and I was sitting there having to pee, and I was like, maybe it's going to be over, because I was like, I want to launch this thing real fast, and then we ended up just doing a really long, like, actual Goaty discussion. It was very funny. In hindsight, it's funny. But anyway, you'll see Mimsy's game is not one of these nominees, but the best woke category is real. It is real. Anyway, oh man, I got a bunch of stuff on my sofa. My sofa's like covered with stuff, but I want to sit on my sofa to play the video game today for a reason. The sofa is the season. Do I have the thing set up correctly? Okay. I thought it would still be on. I got to finish this Coke and see the expiration date. I got to finish this Coke. I would love to play more Nickelodeon Guts, but we're going to play something similar to that. We're going to play something similar to Nickelodeon Guts. Um, God, I really wanted to see the aggro crag. They freaking told me I didn't have enough points to get to the aggro crag. And it's like, it was just like the practice mode. You're not gonna... I'm back. I had to shuffle around some video files. I knew it was coming. I was trying to hurry to the bathroom break portion of the stream. I was like, I think I have enough. Like, before the stream started, I was like, I think I have enough for an hour and a half of recording. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'll move the files. And it's like, I could have just moved the files before the stream. I already have the files moved. I just had to delete them. And there's just something like, you ever like delete files from your computer? You know they're backed up. You like know they're on your server. You know they're backed up in like 2 different places, but you're like, I just want to keep them in the drive for a little bit more. And it's like, so I basically, what I just did during that ad break was I confirmed that they are uploaded on the server. And they're both exported and from Resolve and uploaded to the YouTube channel. It was just basically the previous. I have a whole drive that's just for streams. And I used to have 2 drives that were just for streams, but one of them failed. And I've been waiting for Black Friday deals. I want to get a Western Digital SN 8100 8 terabyte Gen 5 NVMe SSD. Because I got one of the motherboards that can do Gen 5s without them, you know, overheating. So I want to get a couple of those. But I'm looking for Black Friday deals. But apparently, there's not going to be a Black Friday deal for SSDs that high end. I probably just have to bite the bullet. I probably just have to suck the gun at that point. Suck the gun and bite the bullet is probably what I have to do with regard to the pricing on those things. But it's like, I want to like clone my Windows install. My Windows is on a 8 terabyte Gen 4 drive, but I can do 2 Gen 5 drives on this Mobo. I'm thinking about it. I need some more space for like renders and stuff on here, because I have a cache drive as well. It's a whole thing. I can do up to 5 NVMEs. I can do up to 5 NVMEs. I had 3, now I have 2. Wait, I had 4, now I have 3. It's a whole deal. Nobody really cares about that. But that's why I had to pause, run an ad, and clear some files before resuming the recording. I am now going to go to the bathroom, and when I return, we're going to play a video game on the sofa. I'm going to sit on the sofa. I'm going to leave the camera here because it's fine. I'll come back over here when I'm done playing the game. I want to play on the TV because I don't want there to be lag. I would love to just play right here in the OBS preview window with the chat lined up right here so that I could play with my face like this. But I can't because I don't want lag. A few frames of lag would kill me. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We'll even play another ad if they'll let me. You know, whenever I play an ad, they pop up a little like medal achievement, like a sort of state fair ribbon looking icon in the Twitch backend that says completed, ran an ad. And it's like, all right, man, they're trying to Xbox achievements-ify it. Anyway, I'll return in a moment. Hello, and welcome back to my show. For some reason, which I do not understand, OBS picked a very funny time to just stop detecting my Motu audio interface. I had to turn it off and then turn it back on. The volume meters were jumping on the LED screen on the front of the Motu. The USB-C cable was plugged in. It just wasn't working. And so this is what my chair looks like. You might not be able to tell, but that floor is uncleanably dirty. It is uncleanably dirty. We do not like that floor. We do not like it. And there's no way to clean it. It has to be sanded and refinished. So if anybody watching this is a New York area floor specialist, and would like to cut me a deal, based purely on my zip code without even telling the guys the square footage, I've been quoted $50,000. I've been quoted $60,000 for refinishing this floor. It's just because of the zip code. I assure you, there's people living nasty and living a little wild, even in a zip code as luxurious as this. The floor is terrible. They get you on the zip code. They get you. I've actually got my my Nanik flight case, my mobile film studio here on the floor, so I can't recline my seat on the sofa. Well, you can't see any of this. I can't recline my seat on the sofa because my Nanik flight case, my Nanik 960, is on the floor. So I'm using it as an ottoman, and now I'm starting to think, why don't I just leave it here all the time and use it as a table? Because this actually is, I mean, maybe it's not as good as reclining, but, you know, it could be, what's this? I just purchased Kirby Air Riders, virtual game cards. I don't care. I just purchased Kirby. Yeah, it's fine. Put it in there. It's fine. I just purchased Kirby Air Riders. We're going to play this. We're going to play it because I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I've been looking forward to this ever since I received an email from someone in Japan who told me that Masahiro Sakurai had played my game Video Ball and said he really liked it. I thought, you know, people were always asking me, is the one button thing, the obsession with one button controls in Video Ball a Kirby Air Riders reference? And the answer was always no, because I'd never played no Kirby Air Riders, because that game came out. Here's the thing about me. You might not know this about me. Let's actually just look at the eShop while we're here. You might not know this about me, but during like 99% of the GameCube era, I was, oh God, man, it auto-plays trailers. Okay, when it's just playing videos, that's fine. What does it got to autoplay trailers? What is a freaking buzzkill, dude? Like, no offense, it's a freaking buzzkill. For like 99% of the GameCube era, I was living life. I was playing in bands. I was, I had six-pack abs. I was, you know, getting wild laid. I never played Kirby Air Riders. However, the number of people who played Video Ball and said they loved the idea that it was just one button and every button on the controller did the same thing. They're like, dude, have you ever played Kirby Air Riders? That's a one-button game, dude, and it's got so much depth. So I have this high opinion of Kirby Air Riders. I have this high opinion of Kirby Air Ride. So I think we've talked about this before. So when I say okay, not the GameCube, it was also the PS2 era. Here's the thing. So when I talk about having six-pack abs and getting mad laid, the wild laid, I believe is the actual phrase that's the more appropriate phrase. I did have a PS2 because PS2 was the good one. Like, no offense, like PS2 was the console of choice for people who were, gonna get wild laid. Like the GameCube was a baby's toy. I think the GameCube in hindsight was fine. But I had a PS2. I did not have an Xbox. I did not have a GameCube. Every other generation since, I've owned all the consoles simply so I can be a Sony fanboy on forums and I can get away with it. It's okay for me to do that because I can say I own all the consoles and I'm not lying. Like, so that's like, it's fine. You can be a shill for Sony all you want. All you have to do is buy an Xbox and a Nintendo, and then you can shill for Sony as hard as you want. And then when people tell you you're a shill, you say, but I own an Xbox and a Nintendo, and they say you're a liar. And then you send them a picture of it with their name, their like account name, like written in very realistic looking handwriting on a Post-it note, so that they know that you're not lying about owning a Xbox and a Nintendo, right? So I never owned, I did at some point own an Xbox, an original Xbox. I didn't own one during its heyday, okay? And I also, but I will say this, and I've talked about this before, I have literally never, ever, ever owned a GameCube. That's the one game console of all the major game consoles in history. It's the one Nintendo console I've never owned. And I owned a freaking Virtual Boy and a Wii U and every variety of Game Boy. I think I can get away with having not owned a Game Boy Micro, but I never owned a GameCube. I did borrow a GameCube to play Metroid Prime, and I don't freaking regret it. I mean, I did own a Wii, which technically is a GameCube. I developed video games for the Wii, and the development kit was a GameCube development kit. Like, so it's like, I've technically owned a GameCube, but I never owned the actual piece of plastic that is the GameCube. But I did borrow it to play Metroid Prime, and I had a phenomenally good time with Metroid Prime. I'm really excited about Metroid Prime 4. I don't know anything about it. I've not watched any trailers or anything outside of the initial release. It's just I'm really tired of video games lately. Just having a little bit too much experience in there. I'm really looking forward to just a game where I can just be alone in nature, and it's just a quiet, serene game with no like NPCs who talk too much, or a game where I don't have to see anybody who reminds me of myself. Oh man. Ever since games like Forspoken coming out, and you're just kind of getting like, it's just, you get bummed out at what, they just put too much writing in games these days. And I'm just excited to play Metroid Prime, where I just get to explore in the silence. I also love games where they don't shoehorn in vehicles and have expansive, environments that are too expansive. I'm gonna play it. I love how, can I just say, I love how I'm being advertised an upgrade pack for people with the Nintendo Switch game, but I'm playing this on a Nintendo Switch 2. I'm not playing this on a Switch 1. I'm not looking at the store on a Switch 1. I'm looking at the store on a Switch 2. Like why is the upgrade, like, why even let me buy this? Like, why would you let me buy this at all? That's just kind of gauche, isn't it? But I am really excited to play Metroid Prime 4. Like, not a joke. I know there's the NPC that everyone's hating on, but I'm excited to play this. Someone is saying, in case you have Switch 1, Metroid Prime 4, but I don't. I don't, and it knows I don't. Okay, I don't, and it knows I don't. Does it does it know I have Air Riders? It knows I have Air Riders, right? It knows. I like how they still tell me the price, even though I have it. So I bought Kirby Air Riders because I thought it would be downloaded by now. I thought it would be downloaded by now. Ready to start system update. Oh, freaking Lord. I was just going to pop into Bonanza while we waited. I really want to play Air Riders. So I've never played Air Riders at all. And I know that at the time it was released, it came out between Mario Kart Double Dash and F-Zero GX, right? So they had 3 Nintendo first-party racing games on the Nintendo GameCube that all came out at the same-ish time window. Similarly, we have F-Zero GX is available in the Nintendo GameCube. What is this? This is the ugliest. What are you telling me? What is the X for? What is the freaking little flashing X for? What is that for? What does that mean? It can't mean I don't have storage. I freaking got storage. Trust me. I don't understand why they put a little X on it. It was downloaded. What's happening? That's I don't care. Nintendo's it's like kind of being in jail playing on one of these. They kind of put you in the brain prison here on these. But there was a Wave Race was also a first party Nintendo racer that was a launch title, but Air Riders, F-Zero, and Mario Kart all came out like a 1-2-3 punch. And everyone who has ever seen a boxing match knows it's not a 1-2-3 punch, it's a 1-2 punch. So they punched too many times. And I know that what I know about Air Riders is that at the time of its release, it was clowned upon, if I understand correctly, right? If I understand correctly, Air Riders was clowned upon by mainstream critics who repeatedly discussed it as a child's game, right? Oh, it's decent for kids, but grown-ups are going to want to play F-Zero, right? And yet it's been this insanely formative experience for like a generation of gamers who are losing their bonkers about this game. So like I had seen some footage of Air Riders and I'd had it discussed. So I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to put anybody on blast, but some high profile AAA video game designers have talked me through just a very academic play-by-play like analysis of Kirby Air Riders as some sort of unsung masterpiece multiple times over the last 20 years or whatever. I have had this original game described to me in some crazy ways by all sorts of people. Again, AAA game designers, esports designers, people from all sorts of the highest profile video game developmental spheres. A freaking guy who's, I think, working on Half-Life 3 right now, like, once told me how great Air Riders was, etc., etc. I've had many people tell me a lot of things about Air Riders that I'm just like, I don't know, I don't freaking know. And how do you know when one of your friends is working on Half-Life 3? Here's how you know. If you have a friend who's told you about everything he's ever worked on because he knows you're not a rat, and he's told you everything about everything he's ever worked on and said, now, I know you're not going to tell anybody about this, but dude, you got to hear about this. If you have a friend like that who then just doesn't mention work once in like 8 years, that's how you know he's working on Half-Life 3. Okay? That's how you know. Not a word about work. Because even I would freaking snitch about Half-Life 3. You know it. You know what this freaking guy... I mean, look at me, right? You know that's a guy who'd snitch about Half-Life 3, right? So that's how I know. You know, I still got it. I'm the cosmic chess master. By saying nothing, you have given me everything. Checkmate, Gabe. It's my buddy Gabe. He always talks about stuff he's putting in Steam. You know, new passive aggressive things the user interface is going to do, right? I guess we're going to play Kirby Air Riders here and see how it goes toe to toe against Mario Kart World. So I know a couple things about Sakurai, and I understand the fellow and his burden on a specific level that I need not go into too much detail about. But I do. I know that he made all those Smash Bros. Games, and he did certain things game design wise that were seen as adversarial toward the community, the burgeoning community of serious players. He's a very big, real-headed. He's a very real-headed IRL multiplayer, simultaneous, physically in the same space kind of guy. And he's said some things and done some things that the online communities and, you know, the grassroots fighting tournament organizing community has seen as adversarial over the years. But I know two other things about him, which is that he made that Kid Icarus Uprising game for the Nintendo 3DS, a video game so hamburger handful that it required you, it didn't require, but it was strongly encouraged that you mount your 3DS upon a plastic stand on a tabletop. That's not a normal type of video. He made that. And then he also made this Kirby Air Riders, which he has, if I understand correctly, he has thought about this game and cried every day through the development of every Smash Bros. Game since, right? And I know a couple of, like, he is just every day during the development of every Smash Bros. He has thought of Kirby Air Riders and cried. Is that accurate? That's probably accurate, right? So I know those two things about this man, is that he thinks this is his masterpiece, and he thinks y'all's tripping. He thinks y'all's tripping if you like Smash Bros. And in fact, y'all's tripping is why he decided to make to implement the tripping mechanic into Smash Bros. Right? Right? That's why he did it. He said, y'all's tripping if you like Smash Bros. More than Air Riders. You numb rods, you nim skulls, right? Is what he said. So Air Riders is that's like his game that he really truly thinks is his masterpiece, right? And I know it's the most 60 FPS video game that ever freaking made. And it's really disgusting. And before the game came out, I will admit, I just spent freaking $70 on this. But I will say, before buying this game, I kind of, there was an intimidation moment where someone had tweeted a video clip of speed running a particular stage and using all these boosts and shortcuts and exploits and all of this stuff, like these you know, just using all these movement techniques, and it honestly, I mean, it looks like freaking cotton candy for robots. When you play this game extremely well, it looks like robot food. You know, it looks like robot food. It looks like astronaut ice cream for cyborgs is what it looks like when you play it well. And that's a little intimidating. But you know what? I got to go pee again because I'm a big idiot. I'll be right back, and then we'll actually do this. Give me a second. I'll be right back. For some reason, the microphone keeps unmuting itself every time I mute it, and then it keeps muting itself every time I try to unmute it. Really weird. All right, I'm back. Oh my God, the microphone is driving me crazy. For some reason, every time I press the Stream Deck button to toggle the microphone sound on or off, it double registers. I don't know if there's something catching and hanging in OBS itself, some new glitch that has appeared, because it happens when I click the mute button in OBS as well. It registers twice. I don't know why it's doing that. Very strange. Anyway, let's actually play Kirby Air Riders, because I'm going to become the world's best player at this, and it's going to be nice. Oh yeah, but we got to do this first. This is fun. Yeah, you can close Bonanza. Wait, can we close Bonanza? Here's where I always go, did I save? And of course I did. Of course I saved. I'm not a numbskull. I mean, I am a numbskull, but I'm not a numbskull on main, as it were. I bought some Nintendo Switch 2. What do you call it? Whatchamawunnamawunnamawumby call it. I bought one of those Switch 2 sort of like carrying cases. And I bought one that seemed nice. It seemed kind of premium. It seemed kind of primo. And I thought, well, it seems nice. I'll buy it. And I bought it. And the case is so big that it requires a dock thing that like goes inside the dock, and then you can sit it outside of the dock. So when it reset just now, I saw the Nintendo logo on the screen on the Switch 2. And I was like, what? Yeah, the GameCube doesn't need a carrying case. It's got it built in. We're going to play it as a... Should we play as Jay Biffus? No, we're going to play as this guy. This freaking guy. Mimsy has a Nintendo Switch 2. I got Mimsy a Nintendo Switch 2 for her birthday. And it has not moved. It is in the exact same position where she put it down when I gave it to her. There's music. Okay. She has not opened the box. The box is sitting on top of her Mac Studio. And it's just been sitting there since she never even touched it. Like the box is still at the exact same angle. A slime? Was that Donald Duck? This song really sucks, but I'm willing to overlook that. And you know, I've kind of talked about this in maybe not so many words before, but Kirby does like less than nothing for me. I kind of want to play that Forgotten Land game, which I never played because there's now a 60 FPS version or whatever, but I honestly consider the character design, just the kind of whole thing in Kirby, I consider it repugnant. Like genuinely repugnant. But knowing Sakurai's fierceness, I got a milestone. Knowing Sakurai's fierce devotion to this particular video game, I'm ready. Start your engine and lessons. Learn the basics through hands-on practice. Okay. They got that, there's this neat combo in your Smash Bros. Games, in your Sakurai games, where there's clean UI, which is very clean. It's responsive. It's not as responsive as it could be, because you've got the Kirby cursor floating between the different selections. But this is pretty responsive. There's a little often you'll have people actually manually purposely put lag into their games, their menus, so that it feels kind of like you're dialing like a dial, or actually moving some sort of manual. Moving some sort of manual gear shifter about the menus. So I think that's what this cursor is meant to do. Like you have the Kirby figurine jumping between the things, but the outline moving very quickly, right? So you have him moving there, and that gives you that physical connection. And one of the things that we talked about, that I talked about, and everybody else just kind of just let me talk about with Video Ball, was when you turn Video Ball on, it turns your television into Video Ball. Like, it changes the nature of your television. I think, that's the kind of thing I used to talk about a lot with when I was doing UI consultations and whatnot. So it's doing UI consultations, talking about this app turns your television into, or it turns your phone into a device that does this, right? Like, you just behold the device in a different way. I feel like you behold the device as being a different thing when it is running a particular application, if that makes sense. I think it does. But it's, I think you kind of get that with Sakurai's UI. You get that with Smash Bros. With the product package. Now, I think the UIs themselves they're busy, but like this is busy, but it communicates pretty nicely. It communicates. I know City Trial's cool. It communicates, but at the same time, I think the font is just like hideous. It's always terrible font, and I don't know. Somebody buy this man the NASA standards handbook or whatever. Like, let's do lessons. Let's find out. Okay, we're gonna do these because I feel like you got to be an see this is good UI. So you have the neat flash going on the cursor as it moves, like as it just kind of sits still. You have the text pushing at the bottom when you move. Like, that's very good and simple, very easy to look at. But the font is these fonts are pretty bad too. It's kind of like, it looks, I don't know if it's Gotham or it's like a cheap Gotham like. Somebody like Googled Gotham font free. Turning. Machines will move forward on their own. Whoa, is this? You can turn in different directions by tilting. Okay. Moving forward on their own kind of indicates that. Kind of indicates that they know acceleration is just kind of the point of a. Okay. I know there's one button, but what's the button do? I mean, did you know cars go forward on their own as well? It's okay. We're gonna restart. Okay. Cars go forward on their own as well. Cars are designed as machines to move forward. All right, I get it. One last time, try turning without the guide. Okay. God, they're really kind of snipping me off here. I feel like I didn't really need a tutorial to do all of this. I really didn't feel like I needed a tutorial to do that. Let's see how much more complicated it gets. I'm willing to accept that this game's action is going to get really hot. Boost charge. Boost charge with B to stop your machine from moving forward. Okay. Oh, I get you. Okay. Press and hold B. Okay. Ah, so it's like a Mario Kart drift. Okay, that's compelling. Keep holding B until you come to a complete stop. Oh. I don't want to go to a complete stop. I just want to... Alright. That's not a good font, man. Like, I feel like whoever does the graphic design for your Smash Bros and whatnot. Yeah, okay. Did we not do this already? kind of hard to see the... It's a little hard to see the screen when you keep putting words on it. Okay, so I wasn't actually trying to, like, race with any technique there. I was just being required to do the exact thing. Alright. You can drift to clear extra sharp curves, just hold B while turning. Yeah, I feel like having played thousands of video games. Having played thousands of video games, I can kind of intuit a lot of this. Okay, ooh. Okay. Once more, drift while you follow the curve. Start. Wait, you're gonna do it again? One last try. I'm trying to... Can you just reset this whole thing for me then? Start. Yeah. Okay, okay. This isn't exactly a Gran Turismo license test. There's 11 of these? What are there 11 for? I feel like I kind of have to do all this. Someone in the chat is saying, what's the point of a one-button game if not to avoid giving you a tutorial? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I can fly up, and then I can fly down. Very good. I didn't even take off from the jump ramp. Okay. That's it. Try to make it through the ring, Clarice. Try to make it through the ring, Clarice. Okay. Try to land just before the goal line, Clarice. Was that good enough? Okay. That announcer is like... He's really enthused. Alright. Next lesson. Is simple controls, but tough to master. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Perfect landings. If you tilt parallel to the ground, you'll land perfectly and get an extra burst of speed, Clarice. Always aim for a smooth landing, Clarice. Okay. You'll level out automatically while flying. Try to land without steering. Oh. Perfect landings. I love how they're like taking and giving control to me here. Failure! God, is my mom texting me through this video game? Okay, a reliable burst of speed, but is that what that was? They are just like stealing control from me. Failure. These tutorials are so short. They're so short. And they keep just like dropping me in, and I don't know when I'm in control and when I'm not in control. I feel like, and then look at this like low FPS. Did I not already just do this? God, Kirby's Pro Skater. Always aim for a smooth landing. Yeah. I mean, is this what they tell? Is this what they tell freaking airline pilots? Okay. Did I not just do this? What? Land carefully again. Just like that. Okay. You know, you're giving me... You tilted too far upward? Alright. I'm, oh my god. Just... Oh. Why am I doing this again? Just like... Is that... That's parallel. That's perfect. And then they like steal control from me, like just holy lord. I'm actually kind of losing my mind with this. This is a little weird. If you press B near an enemy, you'll inhale it. I don't want to do that. Enemies that you spit back out will become star-shaped projectiles and fly forward. Okay. So the bones are my money, is what you're saying. Air riders are able to inhale to capture enemies. Okay. Approach the enemy and press B. Alright, if you insist, bro. Okay, and then just go and cut me off. Thank you. Do a quick fade out. Approach the enemy and press B. This is pretty good, actually. It truly is a one-button video game. I don't really know why I'm continuing to do this. If you wiggle left and right, yes, Clarice. Okay. I'll spin an attack. You can even perform quick spins in midair. Is this one of the mechanics I need to? Okay, let's start. Oh, that's it? Try doing a quick spin while moving forward. Okay. I gotcha. Defeat the enemies. Okay. I freaking hate these guys. The boxes in City Trial can be broken with quick spins, Clarice. So what I'm detecting is that the more I go, I kind of just want to like video game with this. I kind of just want to game. But part of me wants to make sure I know everything. Tilt up, left and right while airborne to do a quick spin in the air. Okay. I mean, why would I have assumed I can't do that in the air? We're on 9. We're on 9 now. We're on mission number 9. Special. Okay. Once your special gauge builds, trigger your special with the Y button, Clarice. Alright, 2-button game. 2-button game. The gauge naturally fills over time and fills up faster when you attack or take damage, Clarice. Alright. Learn and master each rider's special, Clarice. Stop calling me Clarice. Lord. Defeat enemies and fill your special gauge. Y'all freaking do it. I don't care. I want special. I hate these freaking guys. I hate these losers. Okay, I kind of want a game. I want a game. They don't want me to game. They want me to just kind of... Can you get the words off the screen, bro? Oh, this is pretty dope, dude. I'm kind of just relishing the opportunity to game. It's like gaming without consequences. GWC. No rules, just right. Gaming without consequences, Steakhouse. You filled your special gauge. Can I get a present? Can I get a lollipop? Oh, Kirby's sick. I'm sorry, just as a character, he does less than nothing. Well, can you just not let me, like, relish it a little more? Get close to your rival and press Y. Alright, try to hit them with your special. Alright. I'm gonna inhale my rivals, just like in real life, Clarice. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill these freaking guys. Alright, lesson 10. 9 of 11. Please let me relish. Riders will automatically move forward. You can switch to adjacent rails by tilting left or right, Clarice. You'll automatically charge up power and hopping off the rail will make you dash forward. Alright. Oh, let's do it, man. Hey. Whatever is clever, bro. Oh! Oh, that's a little flippy. It's a little freaking flippy. Try to switch rails. Okay. Avoid enemies while grinding. I thought you fight the enemies to grind. I don't understand. That's a joke about JRPGs. This game is a little bit too 60 FPS for me. I feel like I'm actually going to throw up. I'm kidding. I can take a lot. It is not a... Someone in the chat is saying 3... It is not a 3-button game. What are you freaking talking about? It's 2 buttons. There's the button for time to show off your skills. Finish 2 laps before you arrive. Alright. Let's cut. There's the boost button. And then there's the special button. What's with this freaking music? Is this the kind of music they're gonna play in this game? Like, what the heck? I actually kind of love it. I got a sword? What? Grind rails. God, it's pretty dope. I feel like any racing game where I look in the corner and I see that I'm going 26 miles per hour, it's like, am I doing a Gran Turismo license test right now? I got the guy. Can you stop telling me about my special gauge? I'm a Nimrod, but I inhaled an idiot. Did I win?
Excellent.
Did I win, Clarice? Alright. Well, city trial. Oh, wonderful. Copy abilities. Let's see what city trial's all about. And then we'll go on and play the game. Breaking boxes. Did I not, like, have to do this during the first mission? Someone says, do joysticks and motion controls not count in the number of buttons? No, the joystick is, it's not a button. The directional implement does not count as a button. Items will tumble out and then you get all of them, is that it? I really don't understand why they can't give me 60 FPS videos here for this. Boxes found during city trial will crack open. Okay.
Start.
Give me the items. Give me those tasties. Oh, Daddy's tasties. Daddy's hungry, Clarice. Okay, I'm not gonna... What? I'm not gonna say that again. That's weird. I'm not gonna say that again. Green boxes contain attack items.
Start.
Give me those. Yes, Clarice. Red boxes contain copy essence. Okay. I feel like this tutorial was kind of made in like a month because they're like quick, go grab it. What? Because I feel like they're did you say ragu? Like, I feel like one of the execs was like, yeah, but what about the freaking troglodytes? What about them? I have a, like one of the execs was like, have you heard of what's the word? Snaps his finger a couple times. Troglodytes. If you keep holding Y, you'll hop off your machine. Okay, I don't want to do that because then I'm like playing a Kirby game. Riders can move with L and jump with B. If you spot a vacant machine, try riding that one instead. Alright, I'll do it then, I suppose. If you hold down Y, you stop. I'm getting off of this freaking thing. Let's go get that one. My guy's freaking fast. Kirby can do that. I'm on a different bike. Have you seen, you can just imagine an exec being like, your game is pretty, it's pretty nuanced. There's kind of, it is, you know, it is simple, but deep. Have you considered the possibility that any literate chimpanzees are going to be playing it? Like with the IQ of like a sort of a 6-year-old, but they can still read? Have you considered that? Head toward the vacant whatever. Okay. Press Y to swap over, Clarice. I did it. Another machine came down, Ricky.
Battle chariot.
B-chair. Wonderful. You can also steal a weakened rival's machine, head toward it, and lock on, Clarice.
Start.
Lock onto a weakened rival. I don't want to do that. That's sick. He freaking kicked that guy in the back of the butt. He kicked that guy's butt from the back. When I was a teen, a valiantly bullied roly-poly chibis, I got kicked in the balls from the back, like, a lot. So, to me, it's just always been funny to think about getting kicked in the butt from the front, right? Balls from the back, butt from the front. I have to go to the bathroom again because I drank those 2 Cokes in addition to that Celsius. We'll be right back. This is a multi-bathroom break stream. I'm sorry. We're going to actually play the game when I get back because I'm tired of this. I'll be right back. We got people in the chat debating how many buttons there are. Y'all, you need to calm down, buddy. You need to calm down. See, it says press A and B do the same thing. All the buttons do the same thing except for the Y button. Like, you got to calm down. You have to calm down. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Let's air ride. Let's get back on to Kirby Air Riders. I got myself a Diet A&W root beer from the refrigerator because they show up from Amazon and they're not expired. They just show up. They just show up. The thing is, the on-screen tutorials, here they tell you to press the A button to open a menu, because that's the traditional confirm button on a Nintendo console, is the button that is oriented to the right, on the right side of the cross. And also here, the B button is the cancel button. It sends you back. I got it. Okay. And I got a machine part. Nice. And I got some tomatoes. Okay, can we stop now? Okay, no, that's enough. We don't need any more than that. It's okay. It's fine. You can stop. Please. Thank you. I don't play these things for this stuff. But anyway, you know, so the B button is to go back, and the A button is to confirm, B button is to cancel. They have to do that because that's just Nintendo's convention. But in the game, the A button and the B button do the same thing. So when you call it a one-button game, you can't say it's a bad faith argument to try saying that A and B as confirm and cancel in the menus makes it a 2-button game. I mean, it is a 2-button game with it's the inhale command and the A button. Or the A button, B button, X button, whatever. So there was, you know, I use the D-pad for the menu here, whatever. We're going to just choose air ride mode, race toward the finish line. And we're going to see how hot my action can get. Use simple controls. What are you like? Is this a trailer? Air ride machines float. Wait. See how it just shows a button? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so Sakurai, against his, apparently he grappled with the decision and ultimately decided to add the second button, which is the special button. Hit jumps, fly higher. So basically, the original Air Riders was designed to maximally leverage the fact that the GameCube had a beautiful analog stick and a big old button. So, one of the things, someone will give you copy abilities, defeat enemies for burst of speed. I wish I would have just started here. Why did I go to the tutorial? I feel like this is good enough. Use the SP to use your special move. Okay. That's pretty legit. Mixed riders and machines. This ultimately does kind of look like Mario Kart with a Michelin star, you know? Mario Kart with the Michelin star. There you go. ClassicActionButton.net. R.I.P. Bozo. Yeah, it's Michelin starred Mario Kart. I'm gonna race this Kirby because it does what it says on the tin. What are we doing? And we're gonna use the Warp Star. Yeah, we're gonna use it. And I'm ready. Let's go. I want to make as few decisions as possible. I want to just play the game. So there was... Okay, can we just play? Can I just do it? Thank you. When we were making Video Ball... so in Video Ball, there's one... Video Ball is a true one-button game. It is an absolutely true one-button video game. Where every button on the controller does the same thing. Which I'm very proud of. The menus, I tell you what, the paradigm shift required of a human person to understand the menus. Most people were not ready for it, but the menus have an on-screen cancel button that you highlight and press any button. You highlight and press any button to use the cancel. I thought this was more than adequate as it followed more or less how a touchscreen would function. It's just bringing what I thought was nice about touchscreen user interface. I was repeatedly asked by... So, like, first of all, I would show the game at conventions and people would play it and they would do just fine and they would intuitively understand it. But it was always the video game, like, producer-style expert people, like... who would say you need to add a cancel button to the menu because nobody's going to understand it. I'd be like, but they do though. They all do. Everybody's kind of gets it. It's just some gamers and lifelong video game industry employees, which exist, by the way. Lifelong video game industry employees, people who've been employed by the industry since literally birth. They exist. I can grind on the rails like a good boy. A good boy grinds on the rails. I lost. Did I like freaking like... Wait, okay, was I in last place or first place? I don't understand. Can you tell me? I honestly don't know. Wow, okay. I honestly did not know. But anyway, I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna put anybody on blast. Okay, I don't... You know, none of this matters to me. Mr. Sakurai. None of this matters to me, Mr. Sakurai. Kirby Color 3. Minty Kirby. Floria Fields. Ooh, a wheelie scooter. I guess it's kind of like a Smash Bros. Where you just gotta play for a very long time before they stop giving you stuff. Alright, yeah, thanks. Okay, thanks, yeah. I now ride on the wheelie scooter. I'll give it a shot sometime, buddy. Thanks. Let's try Wave Flow Waters. Let's also do Kirby with the Warp Star. I'm gonna keep doing this. I wanna feel like this. But anyway, I'm not naming names, not putting anybody on blast, but there was a guy who was kind of high up at one of the largest video game companies in the world, who played Video Ball every time I ever brought it to a thing, and his only criticism, I mean, I'm sure he had other criticism. These graphics look friggin' great. His only criticism, I'm sure he had others, but he just didn't bother talking to me because he considered me some kind of clown balloon buffoon. But like, his one criticism that he kept coming back with was, if anybody here's played Video Ball, you know that there's one action in the game, which is you're moving and you're charging projectiles, and you charge the projectiles with a button. Now, which button? Any button. Every button on every controller, and we tested it with, we tested compatibility with, like, it was something like 72 different types of controller, right? It was perfectly functional on all platforms with that. So, like, every button on every controller, God, I'm really not... Every button on every controller did the same thing. So you could press the triggers, you could press the D-pad, or not the D-pad, you press the triggers, the bumpers, and any face button on any major controller, and it would do the trick, right? It would freaking do the trick. And that's beautiful to me. This one video game industry guy, again, a high up guy at a large company, was playing it at every convention, and his only note was, and he was very adamant, was you need to choose a button. You can't make every button do the same thing. You need to choose a button, and then you need to lock out all those other buttons. Otherwise, folks will get confused. And I was just really baffled by that. I'm like, I think I understand. Okay, this stage is good because I'm kind of in the deep end on Kirby, and I kind of am being treated to. That first stage is very, very kiddie-like. I lost like freaking crazy. Okay, this stage is visually noisy, but this guy was like, you have to choose a button. You cannot make every button do the same thing. You have to lock every button out except the one. There has to be one button. He didn't even criticize the fact that there was no cancel button in the menu. All he wanted was for there to not be, was for the projectile firing action to be performed with one chosen button. He said it was weak to not choose a button. As the developer of the game, you need to choose a button. You can't just let the player choose the button, because then they're all going to wonder if the buttons... He was like, people are going to wonder if using the X button is better than using the Y button. They're going to wonder if using the A button is better than the B button. They're going to develop their own concepts and superstitions, and he was so serious about it. And he was always saying, he's like, did you do it yet? And I'm like, no. And, yeah. It was unsettling. His dedication to that was honestly really unsettling to me. I did not understand why he was that serious about that particular criticism. I honestly don't get it. Okay, this is what happens when you like overthink it, because I'm now like losing a lot worse. I'm losing a lot worse than I was before. Oh, that was not the right place to do that. But ultimately it was. And this really is Mario Kart for freaking serial killers. This really is Mario Kart for people destined to die in the electric chair, as it were. One of my favorite ways to describe a video game is like X, designed for people who are destined to die in the electric chair. No, I refuse to let Donald Duck win. Like, okay, so, like, are they allowed to have Blue Donald Duck in this game? Like, did they get permission? Why is he here? That's my character guy who doesn't know what Kirby is. Oh, okay. You really gotta memorize kind of a lot of stuff to play this, don't you? Like, I freaking lost. You gotta memorize a lot of stuff. Wait, I won? Again, man, this game is so hard. I don't even know when I've won. That's a little, I thought I got second place too. I thought I was behind Blue Donald Duck. That's a girl. Look, what is this character supposed to be? Is this like is she from like some Malaysian Flash game I never played? Like, who is she? Every time there's is this Susie or Clarice? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. I can now ride as Susie. That's kind of an interesting 3-word phrase. Give me that Airtopia. I'm going to keep going as Kirby. We're going to keep it up with Kirby. Kirby's all right. It's just, I think all his friends, I don't understand. Like, I don't like the duck, penguin, whatever he is. I know his name. I'm not going to say it out loud. I don't like the knight with the mask character design. And then why are there two Susies? And then this guy who's like the Goomba. He's like the Kirby brand Goomba. I don't know about that guy either. I think I'll take the warp star, actually. Alright, give me that air ride. Okay. Airtopia ruins. Airtopia ruins. Mario Kart with a Michelin star. Michelin Stario Kart. There we go. Michelin Stario Kart. Okay, so this is actually pod racing here. I actually think that, like, Air Riders probably came about when Sakurai watched episode 1, and they said something about pod racing is really hard, no human can do it. And he watched it, and he was like, what? I could freaking do that, you idiot. Like, Sakurai took it, like, straight up personally. He's like, that's, what? Why are they trying to say no human could do this? I could do that. And then he's like, I'm going to make a pod racing that truly no human could do. And that's where Air Riders came from. But it got critically derided for being a baby's toy. If I understand correctly. Why you gotta play around with the camera angle there? I don't like when they do camera candy on something where it's like, I touched. It's the final lap. I prefer final lap twin, to be honest. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and turn into kill mode. Welcome to kill box mode. Okay, yeah, shoot. This game's crispy, dude. It's freaking crispy-licious. It's crispy-licious like freaking Jollibee chicken. Can we stop? Can you not fight me, dude? Can you imagine how loudly people would have been calling their friends gay if this game were out, like, in the 90s? Like, it would, like, legit have kind of caused some sort of apocalypse. Like, it would have been thunderous. Like, that's exactly what this... Oh, man, you can hit the side of these things? Like, if this game were out at, like, GoldenEye times, like, dudes would have been freaking screaming at each other in the college dorms, in the high school computer lab, or wherever it is you played your AAA video games. Am I done? We done here? We done here? We done here? We got Griffissimo in the chat saying they really want you to use the boost charge to its potential. Yeah, what gave that away? Was it the fact that it's the only button on the controller? I mean, they really stress that the brake is the boost. That's like some real Sakurai brained. That's a real video game mechanic from the brain of a guy who said, what if ring outs was the only way to win a fighting game? You know? I mean, and that's why he gets the big bucks. Does he get the big bucks, though? How many millions do you think Sakurai's worth? You think he's a freaking billionaire? Yeah, he was. I saw the. I've never watched any of his like the YouTube videos he did. People were always telling me. They were always telling me about the. People were always telling me you should watch Sakurai's YouTube videos. And I'm like, I don't have to. I don't have anything to learn from that man. No offense to him. He played a video game I made and told someone else it was good. Like, I don't freaking need. There's nothing I can learn from him. Like, you do understand my perspective, right? I need to make sure we understand each other. I made Video Ball as kind of a response to Smash Bros. I wanted to enjoy Smash Bros, and I just kind of couldn't for many reasons. One of them, oh no. Oh, neat. Okay, hold on. I think I understand this track. I kind of want to just like free run a track. I mean, this actually freaking is esports. Like, this is esports. I'm understanding the esports nature of it. This is very hard. This is freaking hardcore. People are always telling me to watch his videos. Oh, have you watched this one, dude? Did you watch that Sakurai video? I'm like, no. It would be freaking ego death for me to watch one of his videos after he complimented me. He didn't even compliment me to my face. He did it in third person. You have to understand my perspective here, right? You freaking have to. Okay, this is actually getting a little Looney Tunes now. Final lap. Final of 2. It's almost time for my special. I feel like, but yeah, I did see in one of the Air Riders directs, I saw that there was like a little GIF where he was like, unfortunately, we've added another button. I thought that was really funny because I was like, man, I would be so mad if I had to add a second button to Video Ball, if somebody like forced me to do it. And ultimately, some people at the publisher were like, you need to add a cancel button to the menu. You have to do it. And I refused. And at some point, people at the publisher just kind of stopped talking to me, and then the game came out, and we were like, right on. I wish them well. I obtained a special ability, which I will use to triumph. I wish them well. Did I just get hit? Or did I... What's going on, bro? This is a little, you know, screensaver to me, but I loved it. Land perfectly to get the reliable speed boost. It is a reliable speed boost. I would have never, ever wanted to add a second button to Video Ball, and we never did. And the game came out and it didn't make any money, and then I later had a conversation, you know, a jovial conversation with someone employed at the publisher who said, if you would have added a cancel button to the menus, I think it would have done better. And I'm like, and I told him, I literally said, I literally hit him with like an out loud unabbreviated KYS, which he thought was funny because we had that sort of relationship. That's Lolo and Lala. Here's an interesting thing about Lolo and Lala is they saw someone in America saw these names and said, no, those names aren't gonna fly on the Nintendo Entertainment System. We got to cut the last 2 letters off of each of those, I think. And it's like, Lololo and La 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 was just too much. It was just freaking too much. Can I just say, I don't hate Kirby or Lolo or La La. I don't like hate their character designs or anything, but It kind of looks like almost like kind of like a guy like who doesn't want to actually like make something that's like looks like something, doesn't it? I'm kind of surprised whoever was responsible for this art had the gumption and the gall to actually make a guy who looks like a penguin. Because it's like, oh, that isn't that a little, you know, a little too concrete for you, buddy? You know, isn't that a little too much, you know, looking like something for you? Wouldn't you kind of rather, you know, would you kindly make it look more, you know, like just a shape with some eyes? Kind of impressed. And then there's the one, oh, he's got a mask. Okay, that's a little crazy. What was that? What was that? This is definitely a video game for freaks. Creatures, freaks, cretins, and creeps. You know? When you feature a creature, you cretin a creep. Okay. I went from first to last in a matter of blast. Man, the break nature of the slowdown of the boost is really aggressive. Like the slowdown aspect, you know, you gotta give to take, you know, that particular aspect is actually pretty thrilling because you can use it and it can just kind of cut your momentum into freaking nothing. I need some kind of a weapon. I think this game's jacking me around a lot. And I like that because it makes me feel important. I hit my rivals. I hit my rivals. I honestly don't like my rivals. Y'all about to get cut up. Y'all about to get cut. Y'all about to get cut. I mean, this is just a game where the designers are like, you know, Mario Kart's cool, but it's all about that boost, man. It's all about that drift, man. What if drifting was the only freaking button was drift? What would we do then? Would that be cool? If I drank a Coke, what if I drank a Coke tonight? If I drank a Coke, would it be all right? It's like that sort of thing. Except, I drank that guy. I drank him up. Somebody shot me. Somebody freaking shot me. Come on, boys. I really am riding on air, aren't I? You didn't think I could, did you? A reliable boost of speed. It's a reliable boost. Oh my god. King Big Boy's right there behind me. Calm Ronald is saying, when I was a kid, that sort of design was extremely inspiring to me. I assume you mean just a shape with eyes on it. Yeah. I'm not hating on it. I really love Adventures of Lolo. I love Lolo. I love it. Magma flows, alright. Is that it? When are we gonna... I can now race on magma flows, but I don't want to. I'm just kidding, of course I want to. Let's keep doing... We're gonna keep doing every track. Alright, who else do we got? Well, we have enough characters unlocked that we don't have any repeats. That's good. That's good. That's good. So what's the... well, I just want to race with my Warp Star. I'm a Warp Star kind of guy. What can I say? Oh, I completely drank it there. I drank it. I'm trying to freaking inhale some dudes. It's just a game about inhaling dudes, you know? Oh, I obtained an ability. Against everyone on the track's wishes, Kirby has inhaled an ability. It's a game about cruising around and freaking inhaling, dudes. It's good. Oh, I touched a wall. I'm gonna air spin, you idiots. Oh, I don't like those. Wow, I'm getting bounced. I'm getting bounced and I'm inhaling. Oh my god, this is air riding. Yeah, I think my theory is likely correct. That Sakurai was, he saw episode 1 and he thought, no, I could do that. I could do that. I could easily pod race. He thought George Lucas was smoking something psychedelic. The machine will keep moving forward even if you don't tilt. How about you let me use the analog stick on the controller that I paid for? And you don't freaking... You're not my mom, dude. How about you don't do that? You guys gonna tell a kid that he doesn't have to, like, tilt the NES controller when playing Mario? He doesn't have to yank the controller upward when he jumps? I mean, you think the person who needs to be told that is gonna even be reading the screen? Come on, buddy. Ah, man. You really gotta memorize. Let's see if he does it again. You wanna tell me again? Tell me again. Tell me again. Tell me again. You're not telling me this time. Okay, I'm gonna get bounced. Oh, this is freaking esports, man. This is esports. A reliable boost of speed when you hit the ground. Oh, I want the electricity. I want the electricity. Oh my god. This is air riding. Oh my god, this Nimtwizzle. This Nimtwizzle! You freaking dirtbag. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got him. Alright. He's yours. I got him. I got him. I got him. The haptics on the controller are pretty good. This game is just burstulous with little juicies, you know? Okay, give me some unlocks. Give me some unlocks. Unlock! License card theme. What? Batwing sticker. Very good, Ricky. And now they're going to tell me about my rewards again? Is that what you're going to do? Siberian Highway. I've got to go to the bathroom again because I'm a big goddarn idiot. I'll be right back in a moment. I have to cut all these bathroom breaks out of the VOD. I'll be right back. Hang on. I've returned from the toilet yet again. Let's continue the game. We're gonna do Siberian Highway and see what's up with it. This game is cool. I think I understand who it's for. I think there is no universe in which a game like this outsells Mario Kart or becomes as popular or as played as Mario Kart. I feel like this is not even, you know, despite what the video game critics of yore might have said a billion years ago, around the time the first Air Riders was released, I don't believe there's any universe where this becomes any kind of a favorite game among any kind of child. And having never seen any of Sakurai's YouTube videos that he released during his brief stint as a YouTuber, which we can all kind of acknowledge that brief stint as a YouTuber was promotion for this game, right? Is that basically what it was? Was he just kind of doing what I'm doing with Truck Hack and spending a few years teaching his audience how to like the exact video game that he's working on? Because if so, that's really smart. If you consider having played a video game as basically the same thing as graduating from college, Sakurai's his YouTube channel, his micro career as a video essayist was designed as like a postgraduate lecture series to teach you how to like this game genuinely, right? Is that basically what it was? Correct me if I'm wrong. Or actually, never correct me if I'm wrong, because my wrongness is my strongest strength. That's not true. I wish I got a speed boost from switching rails. The rail switching feels kind of perfunctory, but I like that actually. I need fire bats. No, the Siberian Highway. Can you imagine? Here's a free idea for any fantasy world builders in the chat. Siberia, like in Russia, but it's spelled like cyber, like cyberpunk. So it's like cyber Siberia. Pretty good, right? Try that out. I don't think anybody's ever done that before. See, there's in my industries where I thrive. Basically, it's about knowing the difference between gumption and wherewithal. This sometimes makes all the difference. Because they're not the same thing. Wow, that was a pretty good power. Wait, why am I small? Because I'm just a little guy? Is that what it is? Because I'm literally me? Is that why? Is it because I'm just a little creature? Is that what they're saying? What does this guy run away from me for? What does he do that? I feel like I'm going like 24 miles per hour. I feel like I'm going like 86 miles per hour. I don't know if those speeds were right, but that's how they felt in my head. I'm gonna probably win, I think. Give me the Vic. Give me the Vic, please. Kids today say W. They say dub, like W. We used to say the Vic when I was a kid. Say, give me the Vic. We would literally say that. 666, nice. We said that to each other at a dinner. We said, give me the Vic. Give me the Vic. Right? That's what we said. A nostalgic course is now available. Is it? I can imagine that in Japanese. Natsukashi course wa. You know? But I don't know so much about spelling it that way in English. I didn't watch any of my wrongness is my strongness. Yeah, I'm not trying to shade Sakurai by saying I haven't watched any of his YouTube videos again because I don't have to. I don't have to. He complimented me in third person. It found its way back to me. It found its way back to me, Ricky. But I never watched any of his videos. Did he were they, this is a serious question, were they like dubbed in English or were they Japanese and subtitled? Because I would consider watching them if they were Japanese and subtitled. Or if they were dubbed by like Matt Damon or whoever. Sakurai's a weird fellow and I appreciate that, honestly. I respect it a lot. He really wants a class of children to grow up with this as esports to them, and he will probably never stop until he gets it. And that's honestly the most shrilly beautiful thing I can imagine. He's trying to tell you, by like just making this game at all, he's trying to tell you that Smash Bros sucks and is for nimtwizzles. Is what he's trying to tell you. Whether you believe that or not, or think that genuinely or ingenuinely, that's up to you. That's up to you and your personality problems. But you can tell he's kind of just messed up with regard to this. You know, he's got like something like a problem. And I mean, that's kind of incredible. someone was telling me, you know, because I mean, I'll just say, I say someone, one of the Truckhead boys, was telling me, oh, wait, I need this. Can I have this, please? May I consume you, please? Wait. May I consume you? One of the Truckhead boys was telling me he did a thing where he was talking about frame rate, or he's like, frame rates can be 30, or maybe you want 60. Wait. And it's like, yeah, dude, where he's like 30 is suitable for some games, but I like 60 or whatever. And I was just like, yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Anyway, I think he's sick. And here's how I honestly feel. I honestly feel this way. I think some sick people, you want to keep them as far away from medicine as possible. And that's Sakurai, honestly. I didn't say it was Kanye. No, I didn't say Kanye. I said some sick people. I said some. I didn't say all of them. Okay? I didn't say all of them. You know what I mean. Some sick people, you want to just keep them away from the medicine. I mean, can you imagine, like, basically, there used to be a video game industry where it would be like, we hired, like, where, you know, you'd get like a tweet from Naughty Dog that's like, we've hired legendary game creator Masahiro Sakurai to tune the combat on The Last of Us 3. You know, can you imagine something like that? No! Don't freak you. That would be an incredible waste. That would be an incredible waste. That'd be like one of those like $100 bills as toilet paper scenarios. No offense to The Last of Us. Again, pound for pound, some of the best encounter design. Wait, is this the nostalgic course? I feel like I need more laps of this. No. You don't get to win. Not today. Wait, maybe yesterday. I freaking lost, didn't I? I freaking lost. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, does Sakurai only drink... Wait, are we joking? Does Sakurai drink Coke Zero and doesn't drink water? What? Are you making jokes? Personally, I couldn't hang out with somebody who doesn't drink water. I drink a ton of water. I drink so much water. Wait, does he? He drinks Coke Zero and he doesn't drink water because it doesn't make him feel good? People are always telling me to watch these videos. God. He stands up to wipe too? Shoot! Has he ever listened to a comedy podcast in the Apple Store? I love just knowing what a comedy podcast sounds like as like a looming idea. I feel like I need to actually know how to play the game to do this level. Honestly, I wish that okay, I don't know what I wish. Oh, I kind of fell into a thing where I was just kind of playing the game for a second, then I was like, oh, I think I get it. I kind of was getting the game. I was kind of understanding the game for a second, and it was wonderful. I think this is definitely not a talk over it video game. This is a play it in the dark. Okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. Oh, no. Yeah, this is pretty wild. This is pretty wild. I feel like I did worse by trying better, by like thinking a little more. That's called, that's basically the thing about beginner's luck. Beginner's luck doesn't really apply to beginners. Did you know this? It's like, it's an observable phenomenon. It's not, beginner's luck is not just an excuse that a seasoned pro makes when they lose at something. It's not just that. It is an observable statistical phenomenon, which is that the less acquainted someone is with the deeper systems, the more likely they are to find some degree of success with shallow play, right? By leaning on fundamentals, being underestimated, flying under the radar, as it were. Beginner's luck is largely observable in hindsight by the titular beginner after the luck has expired. Does that make sense? So hence, like, me getting second place on my first try, then brain tunneling into it and getting third place on my second try, right? And then getting first place my third try once the lesson has been learned. So you get that 2, 3, and 1, right? It's neat. An observable phenomenon. Wait, did Sakurai literally say in a YouTube video, or was this in a YouTube video or elsewhere, did he say, I don't get why you play Smash Bros. Competitively instead of Virtua Fighter 2? Did he literally say that? Because if so, that freaking owns. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently Sakurai's cool. He did not say that? Okay. Why did somebody say that? Why did somebody say he said that? Or were they talking about somebody else? Are they talking about some YouTuber they like? I personally love Virtua Fighter a lot. I always get asked. People are always asking me. I notice you don't talk about fighting games that much. And it's like, well, first of all, I don't talk about everything. I don't talk about hip-hop, you know, or basketball very much, but I know about those things. Like, I don't know. Like there's stuff I know a lot about that I don't talk about. I know a fair deal about fighting games. I honestly do. I know a fair deal about esports and MOBAs. You know, I know a bit about stuff. It's just we don't all have time to talk about everything we know about all of the time. Unless, you know, we're one of those people FaceTiming down Fifth Avenue. Just kind of plowing through pedestrians while a man is just kind of turby-burstulous right behind them. Can I please get some boost? I got some lightning. They call me Hot Lightning. Alright, Kirby. Okay, there's a little too much going on here. It's a little in my face, I would say. Final lap. Alright. There are moments in these races where you're just like, am I not doing anything? Should I be doing stuff? Should I be doing stuff? Should I be pressing a button? I just knocked the sword guy off of his horse. But anyway, I like, people are always like, why don't you ever talk about fighting games? Is it because you don't know anything at all about them? And it's like, no. It's just because, you know, it's not, it just doesn't come up. Someday it'll come up, and then you'll all be very proud of me and surprised. And we'll all clap. Everyone will clap. You'll clap so hard you'll turn your freaking hands into bone powder. You will clap until your hands have become hot powder and beyond. I got freaking wasted I got freaking wasted. Someone says, should I be doing something? Anxiety is why I can't play RTSs. Exactly. That's one of the esports feeling things here. That's like one of the most esportsly feelings I'm getting out of this is the whole, should I be verbing a little bit more? Like I have verbs at my disposal. I have verbs, but I'm not like doing anything with them. I'm not doing the spin attack. I'm not fighting anybody. Well, like what's the deal? I need to be charging my boost. Okay, what are those angry demon faces? Like, what are they? Oh, Kirby, why'd you do that, buddy? Basically, you want to just thread needles. So there's an aspect of this game that I've noticed that it's just you just gradually gain speed as you move forward, and you want to keep doing that. You want to keep gaining speed. You want to thread needles by you want to avoid any sort of terrain that might slow down your speed gain. You want to make these landings. Inhale, capture. Oh my god, can you stop? I know how to inhale and capture. I may not be doing it very well, but I know how to do it. Okay, well, he went way too high up. I feel like this is kind of the ultimate. So there was another thing that we did with Video Ball that I wouldn't call myself adamant about, but there is one of the things on Video Ball that I was kind of serious about was I wanted the EC early childhood rating. So like I wanted to be like a game that secured the EC rating, because games never got that, right? Like there were so few video games that ever got that, and I wanted to get rated that, and so I followed all the ESRB's criteria, and the publisher was like, you need to not be obsessed with that, and I was like, well, I'm not obsessed with it. It's just kind of a fun thing to shoot for. It's a talking point. It's a blog post magnet. So again, beginner's luck expired. I'm doing worse now. And it's like I really like I like the idea of getting the early childhood, the EC. I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat and I just missed it. Can I restart? Oh, let's restart. Yeah, let's restart the. I don't want to miss my boost. But I like the idea of getting the early childhood rating. Ah, crack. You know what? Let's freaking let it ride. Racing experience is racing experience. Nope. This game is aggressive. I kind of wish there was a button I could hammer to do the... I know Sakurai would weep, but I wish there was a button I could do the spin attack with a button instead of having to waggle the stick. It's like, what is this, a GameCube game? They don't have a Wiimote yet. I'm like focusing, and it's like, you know, again, you're trying to like learn the track geometry. And it's not just about the geometry, the orientation of the turns or anything. Can you stop warning me about that stuff, please? Can you stop it? You, like, every time one of those notifications pops up in the corner, my eyes get drawn to it and I read it, and then it makes me miss something in the game. Like, it's kind of annoying. But yeah, so it's not just about learning the curves of the track, it's about learning the topology and topography of the track, and it's like where you might encounter bumps and snags and things that will make it make you slow down, right? So it's about stuff like that as well. And it's like, man, my guy is not, he's not gaining in speed. Like, I need to always be gaining ABG because my opponents certainly are. But anyway, I was really, I had this like pet idea of getting the early childhood rating for V-Ball because it was just this lovely little idea because it's like it's a game about shapes and they had all these rules. ESRB had all these rules where they're like, there can't be violence, there can't be comic mischief, there can't be any of this stuff, any comic mischief whatsoever. Does your game have comic mischief? And I was like, no, there's no characters in it. It's a game where the characters are the people playing it, which I thought was a good idea. And, you know, the ESRB list it's very specific. And then it's like, well, there's a button to shoot. Is there any shooting at all? And I'm like, well, it's you use projectiles that push. It's not. They are not they're not guns. There's no gun, not even an unrealistic gun. So I met all the criteria, and it's like, so when you register the game on the ESRB's website, you have here's the thing. 99 times out of 100, the developer of a game knows exactly what score their game is going to get. They know exactly what rating they're going to get. They know they're going to get an M or a T or an E, right? They know it. It's like very easy to tell if you're making the game. Like the reason the ESRB exists the exact way it does is because of stuff like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Hot Coffee, right? Oh, okay. I'm getting hosed. Like Hot Coffee, where there's content in the game that is unlockable only via cheats and mods that would elevate the rating of the game from M to AO or whatever. But it's like, basically it's for accountability reasons. Nobody at the ESRB is going to play your video game, right? Nobody. The ESRB, I think, probably has like 0 actual full-time employees. I think they might have some people on hand to look at the records every now and again, but I don't believe there's anybody actually doing anything there. No offense to them. I think they get money for this fee that you use to license their rating system, and I don't believe there's any actual employee there, right? I don't think there's anybody actually doing anything. If anybody knows any different, let me know. Again, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I went through the process of rating this video game, right? And it's basically just accountability. What it is like, it's very simple. If you go through a questionnaire, and there's a questionnaire that's like, does your game feature this? Does your game feature this? Does your game feature this? Because it's like, you say, they basically start the questionnaire by saying, what do you think your video game's rating should be, right? What do you think it should be? And they ask you that, and you say, I think it should be everyone. I think it should be, my God, I got freaking blasted. You're like, I think it should be rated E for everyone, or I think it should be rated T for teen, or I think it should be rated M for mature. And then they ask you a series of questions to qualify that rating, and you answer them as truthfully as you can. And then if later an angry parent discovers a booby in your rated E for everyone video game, you get sued and they don't. That's how the ESRB operates. I got second. I was so close. So close, Ricky. Oh, so close. It's like they get sued and you don't. Or you get sued and they don't, right? Like basically what happens is if you rate your game in an untrue way, the ESRB says, well, the maker, a parent gets angry that there's a grisly fatality, a grisly Mortal Kombat 11 grade fatality in the middle of your freaking Sesame Street video game, right? Right? And then the ESRB goes, well, the people who made this game freaking lied to us. We have it on record. We have it on the record that they freaking lied. They lied. So, not our fault. They shouldn't have lied. Nobody would look at the ESRB and goes, well, you should have played all the way through the game, because they would say, well, video games are long. We don't have time to play through the games. The developers need to be honest. Oh, poor us. Another drink, right? So it's like, I mean, the ESRB, I'm not saying they're all alcoholics, but I'm saying I don't know that any work has ever actually been done at anything that you could define as the ESRB office or headquarters. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. So anyway, here's where where I talk about Video Ball. I was like, I believe it needs to be rated EC for early childhood, because I think this is good for America's children to play this game. I feel like it's good. It's good for America's children. It's very good indeed for America's children to play Video Ball, to learn, before the Soviet Union comes back and it's in the Olympics. I think we need to get the kids on Video Ball early, because you never know who we're going to be at war with in 20 years, etc. I was saying all this back then, and they called me some dumb hick, right? They called me some dumb hick, right? But I was like, early childhood, seriously, early childhood, the game is about shapes, and it's got pleasant music, and there's nothing violent in the words on the screen and the text. There's nothing violent anywhere in the game. And they let me submit my certificate for early childhood rating, for the EC rating. They let me do that, right? They let me do that, but then they came back with a response. And apparently the early childhood rating is taken very seriously at the ESRB, because, parents buy these games for children. The early childhood rating is given out about as frequently as the AO rating, which is virtually never. And here's what happened. They told me that my game could not be rated early childhood because they had a rule. They had a rule. At the ESRB, they had an ironclad rule for giving out the early childhood rating, which was this: if the game does not star a character from a popular children's television series intended for toddlers, it may not be given the early childhood rating. That was it. And I was like, if it doesn't have Dora the Explorer or Peppa Pig in it, it cannot be given an early childhood rating. And I was like, why is that? And I was told, oh, it's because it's like double accountability. It's so they're like extra. So there's like an extra layer of security that it's the appropriate rating. So the parents are even less worried. We can't have an early childhood rated game that doesn't have a popular children's character in it. And I was like, that's insane. That's just further kind of further playing into the narrative that they don't actually do anything at the ESRB, right? It's just kind of like, oh, we don't actually do anything. We have to use the presence of an existing intellectual property character as proof that this thing was made in moderate faith for children. I say moderate faith because, I mean, who even really knows like what's going through the mind of children's entertainers? It's everybody likes to talk about doing stuff for the children. Did I freaking lose again? This is hard. This one is hard. This is really hard to do while talking. But yeah, you got to put Dora the Explorer in there. So for a while, there was this joke about wanting to actually get a Dora the Explorer branded video ball. Like, I actually, was asking people at the publisher about this. And they were very firmly on the team of absolutely not. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And honestly, honestly, it was, and I knew it, but it was so fun to think about, like getting a Dora the Explorer branded video ball version. But ultimately, my game, despite being my favorite game I've ever played, it, you know, it didn't go so well. It didn't go so well because I honestly think it should have been free. I think the game should have been free. And it should have had just one online mode. Instead of all those maps that we made just completely as a joke. I think there shouldn't have been any maps. I think there shouldn't have been none. But oh well. I really wanted Dora the Explorer video ball. Dora versus the Dora team versus the Peppa team or whatever. To this day, I get people sending me messages, emails, or whatever, being like, "Oh, I just bought Video Ball. Oh, I hope you get, you know, maybe I'll back your Patreon someday, but I bought Video Ball." And then there's a picture of them just like playing the tacked on, terrible, stupid single player mode, like a screenshot of just the character, and it's like I just feel really sad about that. The most common email I get about Video Ball is someone saying, "I know you told people you don't get paid if they buy Video Ball, but that was probably just a bit, right? Here, I bought it anyway." I'm like, man, stop accusing me of making bits about serious things. This part is so hard to look at. I want that sword. I want that sword. I want that sword. No! Oh my god, did I get Nim Twizzled right at the end? I got Nim Twizzled at the very end there. Because I touched a wall. Did you see that? I freaking touched a wall. I was in first place, and then I got completely blasted to the back half of the pack. The sword, yeah, I completely lost the race because of the sword. It's, I mean, I don't think anything's... Oh, wait, what? Why did I get kicked out? What happened? I should do free run. These colors don't run, but I free run. Let's go. It got a Peg... Yeah, Video Ball did get a Peggy 3 in Europe. Peggy's fine. Peggy's actually, Peggy's like an actual organization. Whereas I honestly, you could not tell me otherwise. I believe the ESRB is like a basement and like a Jeff Keighley style guy. I imagine like a smaller Jeff Keighley. Like Jeff Keighley, but like shrunk, you know, like Barbie doll sized version of him, like standing on a desk doing jumping jacks, saying yay over and over again every time a game the cash register sound goes off. God dag, brud. Oh my god. Everybody down here. Hi, everybody down here. Is that a lightning bolt? Y'all about to get tore up. Y'all about to get tore up. Y'all about to get... I need that lightning bolt. No, don't take my weapon. No. Don't take my weapon. Come on. I need my special to get charged back up. No, you can't Nim Twizzle me. I almost got that sword. And then I didn't. There's just so much sorrow that can happen in like 2 minutes in these races. I wish I could have made you top that. Come on, Clarice, let's do this. Sword. Nope, did it wrong. Did it wrong. Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong did it wrong. Someone says, I wonder how much money the ESRB makes. I think it's like $90 per game. How many games are coming out on Steam every day? How many games are coming out on Steam every day that require ESRB ratings? It's you know, it's not so bad. Why do I keep exiting? They really want me to leave. I guess we're gonna try a good old road trip. Yeah, I'm gonna do this solo journey. My name is Kirby. My name is Kirby. Hit the road for a solo trip with your favorite rider. A lot can happen on the open road. Okay. Pick a challenge to test your skills. Win a single race, defeat all opponents. Whoa, look at that. Clear challenges to earn rewards. Collect new machines as you go. Use different machines for different challenges. You can pick up items and use them in challenges, Clarice. The road may get bumpy, Clarice, but that's part of the fun, Clarice. Rest stops are important, Clarice. Imagine like a manga character whose like sentence ending quirky particle is just the word Clarice. Clarice. Change your route by meeting different folks along the way. You're kind of giving it all up. I think this would be better done by just letting me just kind of grip and rip, you know? When are we going to get Kirby's grip and rippers? You just kind of... I didn't know there's going to be hidden destinies. Rush to my final destination. Wow, man. Is this like a campaign mode? I kind of just wanted the chill road trip. It's got a title screen. It's got that Kirby Super Deluxe thing going on. I like how casual and normal have a speedometer that's the same size, and then hard is just something added to the end of the speedometer. That's kind of smart. That's pretty good.
From out of the sky.
Oh, there's voice.
Machines rained down like shooting stars.
Okay. Who's the voice actor here?
Found in all shapes and sizes,
Where'd they get this guy?
to move on their own. However, if someone touched them,
Does this guy have like a SoundCloud where he reads like young adult classics?
incredible speed.
Who is this guy?
Individuals were called riders.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't want narrative in this.
Up for everyday travel.
If you're not going to do it seriously, you don't have to write something, man. It's fine. It's like perfectly fine.
Some riders noticed their vehicles were acting
You
strange.
don't have to do this. You
They were
don't have to
moving
write.
somewhere far away.
Not everybody needs to write stuff.
Let's go. But what awaits these
Lowercase j is asking, does this have subspace emissary? That seems like what this is, but it seems like a little bit of a lower lift version of that. It looks like it has the save files. Like I'm actually like it's going to be some lengthy campaign. If you're not going to do it seriously, Kirby, yeah, let's go. I want to do the road trip. Let's do this. Let's do the road trip. Wow, it's got saves. Grassland Lane. Select the challenge. Race Floria Fields. I'll take Floria Fields. Let's go. Okay, so this is basically your Smash Bros. Single player style thing. Lowercase j, you've been playing this?
One, start.
going freaking 15 miles per hour. I used to be able to run faster than that. That's not true. I've never run 15 miles per hour. I was trying to eat the guy because I thought he was just a basic enemy, but he was supposed to actually be like... That was actually a character. "13 miles per hour. Not really breaking the sound barrier here, are we? This game is pretty dope. Stay in the lead for 30 seconds during a race challenge. I love that they're just like inventing achievements and then letting me have them. Wait, lowercase j, you're having trouble winning it? Were you playing online? Is that it? So here's what I wish Mario Kart would let us do. I still wish, and maybe it's like, this would just be nice. I really want us to just be able to set up like a 100 lap Mario circuit race. You know? Someone says, aren't all achievements invented? And it's like, well, yeah. Oh, you know, honestly, this isn't like that exciting. I mean, I get it, but it's like this isn't like tilt in the direction you want to go. Free control? What? What was the recommendation? Oh no, I picked the wrong one.
2, 1, start.
Oh, this actually kind of owns. Forget it. Ah, man, I don't want to do it this way. I want to do steer control. Oh, they'll let me do that. Thank you.
Jet.
Okay, wait, this actually completely owns. This is like insanely good. I'm sorry.
Freeze.
This is insanely good.
Jet.
Man, it's just a little too popcorn for me. Like, can you give me something that's a little more synctetulous here? I really just want to do like a 200 lap Mario circuit with like 24 online players or whatever. Like, can't they just let me do that? I feel like Mario Kart World is like, it's let's do oval circuit. Let's do it. I feel like Mario Kart World is like millimeters away from being like this freakishly legendary thing, and they stopped short, you know? And I'm not sure why. Race around a closed circuit. They have to like explain that canonically the circuit is closed. I need the draft. Oh, I can get an item here. Oh wait, you do get an item. What?
Freeze.
Ice climbers. It's like, yeah, again, a little too popcornish. A little too popcornish. Let me play a little bit more. Give me something more synctetulous, right? Just a little bit. I really think that letting me set a ridiculously high lap number and have like an endurance race or like a true sort of F1 race challenge. What is this? Charge 1, HP up, top speed. You get top speed, bro. Excellent. Little rest stops. Pretty good. Yeah, Mario Kart having you just ride on the road, it's kind of neat, but then making it all about... Okay. I'll take it. Try to collect a lot of new machines. Alright, Mom. No, we're gonna drag race. Target. Let's do target flight. A single shot contest. Hit numbers to earn points. I want that hundro.
2, 1, go!
I won't let hundro have its way with me. It's a single shot contest, everybody. Hit numbers to earn points. Are you freaking serious? See, again, like... If I were like a guard in Metal Gear Solid, there would just be like a question mark popping up above my head. And I would go. And I would make some sort of, huh? Kind of line. Like, that was a whole thing. Again, you know, the design is smooth. It's a video game smoothie. Oh, whoa, the colors got all weird and desaturated. I will take on an extra difficult challenge, actually. Let's try that out. That guy does not look happy. It looks like somebody grabbed Lolo and yanked him.
3, 2,
What's wrong with this guy?
start!
I don't understand what's happening with that face. My machine is so slow.
Fire!
Oh, I want that boomer. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. I think I'm finally gaming, I think. This is like the gaming that I was hoping for.
Finish!
Those enemies work like they do in Kirby games. If you damage them, they get mad and explode on you. Alright. I suppose that makes sense. In a way. I got a license card theme. That's actually good. I was kind of hoping to get another one of those. I was like, it's been a while since I've got a... Oh, another rest stop. What do we got? I like the muffled, the low pass filter on the music. Weight up. HP up. Defense up. I'm gonna gain some weight. I'm gonna put some on. I'm gonna pack some on. Alright. Kirby Melee. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. Let's go. Alright, Nim Twizzles. Anybody in the chat ever play these Lolo games? Anybody ever play these? They're so good. I mean, you gotta be out of your mind to not chill with those. You gotta be out of your mind to not smoke a Lolo. Basically, any one of those NES era games where you're just kind of pushing blocks around on an adventure. Kickle Cubicle's another one. Kickle Cubicle is such a smoke. If you're not chill with Kickle Cubicle, you should probably what? Excuse me? If you're not chill with Kickle Cubicle, you should try smashing your head into the wall until you smell hamburgers. And then that's what the Rock is cooking. I got a cutter. My HP is too low. Only 30 seconds left. I love how I'm getting an only 30 seconds left warning, like, after, like, less than, what feels like less than 5 seconds of the game. It's good old Sakurai's like, we don't want people to we don't want them to get bored. We don't want them to grow complacent.
2, 1,
I feel like this mode is kind of helping me better visualize how to inhale the enemies. You defeat more foes than anyone else. Well, here's the thing about that challenge, Ricky. I had no idea what anybody else was doing there because I wasn't even really looking at them. Now, my mom never rented us Kirby on the NES. Kirby on the NES came out after the Super Nintendo was already out. And at that point, it's like, you don't really, we weren't renting games. Vampire Star. You're not going to be able to get rated EC early childhood for that. Turbo Star. There's either of them, can either of them pop a little higher top speed than like 13 mphs? Or what? Sword? I don't know. Oh, thanks. Captured tack. I want to defeat my rival. I don't like this guy. Oh, it's just another shape with eyes, but this one's got ears, so that's not bad, right? Alright, defeat. Oh, he's all the way up there? What the heck? He's 42 yards away from me. Oh, wait, I gotta just kill him. You're not dead yet, Nim Twist? Yeah, you're done. You're done. You're done. Yeah, I feel like the count from Sesame Street wouldn't count. Like he would, like he is from a popular children's television series, but he's a freaking vampire. You can't have that in an early childhood game. The ESRB, it's like that would be the hardest decision for any ESRB related person to make if, employees actually existed. Well, based on how long it took to kill that guy, I would like my offense to increase. Thank you. I just feel like every one of these challenges being like 30 seconds long is weird. It's like the game is really, really scared of offending or boring me. And it's like, I'm not bored. I can smoke, dude. Like, I can smoke just fine. We're going to finish this leg of the road trip, and then I'm going to get the freak out of here. Oh, yeah.
3, 2, 1, start!
3, 2, 1, kill daddy. See, when you lay out the graphics like this, it, like, makes... I'm not going to say it makes more sense, but it's like... when you treat it like a freaking, like a Mario Party mini game, like the game actually, it just kind of helps me better understand like what's going on in the game. Not that I needed help. It's like, again, what is 30 seconds? Is there something in Sakurai's friggin' like YouTube videos where he's like, when making a video game, it's very important that you not waste the player's time. Ask them to do nothing that takes longer than 30 seconds. Is there something like that in there? I'll do the time attack. Wait, what's button rush? Give me button rush. It sounds like it's all about pressing buttons. Is Sakura like, any video game level longer than 30 seconds is wimpy? Does he use the word wimpy?
2, 1, go!
Am I trying to get all the buttons or some of the buttons? God, Daddy's like so back, it's disgusting. That's a big one. Yeah, some might say I'm button rushing, but I think I'm button rushing. Yeah, I was starting to get like so bored of that. I'm glad it was over. That was really good, honestly. That was good. I'm glad it was over in like less than 30 seconds. Cause you know, this is normal difficulty. I don't know what am I supposed to play it on. I think I might have just spent the amount of money I spent on freaking Chrono Trigger in 1995 on this. Boss time. God, I love the desaturation look. This looks, I like it. They get that edgy, like, American box art Kirby. Defeat rival, Banana Waddle Dee. That's such a treehousey character name. I don't want to disparage the treehouse. You dying, Banana Waddle Dee. You done! You done! You freaking idiot. You freaking loser. I think that was freaking pod racing. Did you see how he was just obliterated? Like with the only 30 seconds left on the screen? Ostage Clayar. Someone's memories and fragments. Collect them all to know the truth. Is it like memories of like Kirby in Solitary? When he was like sent to jail on manslaughter and he would have had a decent time. He would have had a perfectly decent time, but he mouthed off like minutes after hitting the yard. And they put him in solitary. And he spent like 6 weeks in the hole. And that's what fragmented his memories. Is that it?
Sora, a living machine.
Oh, yeah.
Possessing its own will, but unable to move on its own.
It would be so cool if this guy just said, check out my young adult reading, my young adult audiobooks on SoundCloud at some point. I don't even know what that means. Planet Popstar, I don't like that. I'd rather go to Planet Pop Tarts if you freaking know what I mean, right? Yeah. Right? Planet Pop Tarts. Oh. Wait, that was it? Shoo. New pass may be open. Oh, is this my friend? What? See, that kills your EC right there. Mega Blossom Meadow, Ricky. Do you like it? Save the data, yeah. Oh. I like how they let me like split my saves up and be careful with it. I like these time attacks. I think these are pretty decent. I'm Kirby, I'm Kirby, I'm Kirby, I'm Kirby. I've never really chilled with a Kirby game. And honestly, in my life, everyone I've ever known who's a Kirby fan is like certifiable man-child status. Like, no offense to them. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with that. A lot of them are doting fathers. You know, the doting fathers, Dota players, right? It's just a lot of them are like, like guys in there. Chef Kawasaki. Okay, well, never mind. Meat's back on the menu. I was going to say most Kirby fans I know, they look like this freaking guy. And they're like the kind of guys who look like they have like Spider-Man sheets at age 38, you know. Kirby's Dream Course is legit. I think Kirby's Dream Course is that's like the alpha the alpha the alpha maleist Kirby game to like. I think, you know, dudes with like freaking like sideburns, right? Dudes with like sideburns and like Abe Lincoln beards, you know, guys with like mutton chops. Guys with like mutton chops and like chest hair. Like they would play Dream Course. Okay, so I have 4,820, whatever that is. Renminbi or whatever. Is that what the R stands for? What is any of this? This is too many decisions for me to make, Ricky. Dream Course is legit. Every time I've ever talked about Kirby, I get somebody being like, "Oh, you've got to love Kirby Superstar, right? You seem like a guy who'd like Kirby Superstar." And I'm like, why would you freaking say that about me? Like, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I would rather call it Kirby Super Deluxe. I think Kirby Super Deluxe is the superior name. I don't think, you know, I don't really think about it at all, honestly. I don't really think too much about Kirby Superstar at all. Would you like my seamless transition from sofa to desk? That was pretty good, right? I got mic stuff in my mouth. Last time on the stream, I talked about my mic windscreen getting all gnarled because I've been using it for 5 years, pretty much every day. I talked about it for like a half an hour, and then someone came in the chat and was like, "What's with your microphone windscreen?" And it's like, that was the epitome of that's what it's like to be on Twitch, is to talk about something for a half an hour and then have a guy show up and just bluntly ask about it. Honestly, not bad. Okay, so there's some Kirby games that are fine. Everyone talks about the Kirby's Adventure 3 or whatever it is for Super Nintendo, for Soupy Ninty. I gotta stop saying Soupy Ninty. It sounds insane. Everybody talks about that one. It's got great graphics. Air Riders, I personally do. I have an almost, I gotta play it some more. I think I need to just sit down and smoke through some time trials and free runs and whatever. Someone says keep saying Soupy Ninty till it catches on any day now. Are you by any chance from the UK? Because they called it that. There were guys there who called it that, and I don't know why. They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have, but they did. I knew some guys. But anyway, what happened to the mic windscreen is, I may not look like it, but I'm a man. I have a again, according to a retinologist at an emergency clinic in Tokyo, Japan, when I presented around my 26th birthday, a little before that, when I presented with a blind spot in the middle of my vision and was diagnosed very quickly with central serous chorioretinopathy. This ophthalmologist told me that is an affliction often affecting alpha males. He said it, not me. Now, in Western medical literature, they say A-type personality. Okay? That's what they say. But this guy used the Japanese word for alpha male. The kind of guy who takes burdens upon himself. The kind of guy who who shoulders responsibility and takes stress personally and takes it upon himself to personally go for it in his community. The guy who pushes things forward in his community. That's what an alpha male is. An alpha male is the dog that stands back and lets the other dogs eat. That's actually what an alpha male is. No joke. Okay? That's what it is. That's what an alpha male is in the dog community. The male who provides, who stands back. Anyway, that's what this guy said about me. So basically what I'm saying is my windscreen is like this because I got stubble on my face. Looks like it's pretty nicely shaven, but I got it on here. And this is a dynamic microphone. You got to eat this thing when you talk. You got to talk like, when I'm gaming, I'm talking into it like this. I'm talking like this. I have my face touching it. And if my face moves at all, it abrades the foam. It crispies the foam. It crispies it. It abrades it, Ricky. It abrades it. I got to get my controller. Hold on a second. It abrades the foam. It abrades it. That's the verb form of the word abrasion. It abrades the foam. And that is why my foam windscreen has been chipping. I got a chippy windy. I got a soupy ninty and a chippy windy. I got a chippy windy. My windy's chippy. Right? Mimsy's here, everyone. Mimsy, how are you? She said she's okay. Are you confident you're going to win the game award? She said she's trying not to be too confident. That's good. Do you want to say hello to the people on the stream? She's stretching, so she doesn't care. She said that she wishes everyone in the chat would die tonight, which is... I'm joking. I know. She didn't say that. I'm joking. Mimsy's always saying stuff like, I wish I could speak to my audience with clarity and honesty. I wish they could see my truth. I wish they knew me as well as I want them to know me. And I'm like, well, why don't you just get on my stream? And she goes, no, I have to stretch. I must recline upon the floor and roll my muscles. And I'm like, that's freaking crazy. Oh, I wish they could know me. I wish they could see the truth of me. And I'm like, all right, well, why don't you get on the stream? Oh, but I must go to ballet. That's what Mimsy talks like when she's not on the stream. Interestingly, I didn't, the story I told you all at the beginning of the stream, I didn't even tell Mimsy that. I didn't even tell her that yet. Because yesterday, when Mimsy came home, she wanted to talk about something else. She wanted to talk about how she wishes she could show you the purity of her intentions. There's people in the chat who aren't sure if they should buy your game or not, and they need you to tell them if they should buy it, Jerry. No, she says yes. They don't believe that you said yes. Mimsy said yes, go buy it. But the people in the chat are saying that they can't hear you say it, so they don't believe that you actually said it. They're saying Final Fantasy 16 is on sale. I'm just trying to get Jerry to come and be visible on the stream, but she won't do it. That's not necessary. She said she doesn't want to become presentable to be visible on the stream. She says she would rather continue in the state she is in now. Do y'all like my pearlescent filter? What? I'm not wearing any pants. She said she's not wearing any pants. She said she's not wearing any pants and she doesn't want to put them on. I liked my... this is no pearlescent filter. Honestly, a little bit of old Hollywood, I would say. A little bit of that old Hollywood magic, isn't it? I gotta say, this is such a good drink. Gatorade Zero. Lemon lime Gatorade Zero. So why does it say lime cucumber when visibly it's clearly lemon lime? It's because you can buy powder. You get 100 powder packets for $50. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's like 50 cents per Gatorade. It's delicious. Limon Pepino is the best. This is the best, but they don't sell powder packets. They don't powder packet this. It's the pearlescent filter is pretty good with lights. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you something. Let's see how this pearlescent filter does with this Elgato key light being turned on. I'll turn it down to a reasonable. Yeah. Oh my God. See the pearlescence? See that? So this is you can just watch the light and watch the filter come off. Right? Right? It's just automatically. Right? Pretty cool, right? And then you can get this as a sort of a key light and it just kind of blasts. I can bounce it off this wall. That probably does better. So just bounce it off of the wall up here. I've got the auto ISO on. It's neat, isn't it? And I can make my face look really shiny. I mean, look how it looks like I've got something really, like I've got like a really bright smartphone in my hands. You see that? That little halo down at the bottom. It's nice halation. Now the light's even brighter and it looks even worse. This actually is really, really... This is the minimum setting, which is enough for me. Basically, the goal of cinematography is to get your face to look completely white. For me, anyway, so that like you're in a Pudikura booth, and so that they can't see that you even have a nose. Right, like this. This is the goal of a cinematographer. You want to get one of what? You want to get a pearlescent filter, or you want to get one of these Elgato key lights? I don't recommend this Elgato key light, but the light I prefer has been lost. What? The light I prefer has been lost. Look at the halo on that light, Jerry. See that? Isn't that cool? That's the pearlescent filter at work.
Is that why you wanted me to come out?
No, I wanted you to say hello to the people on the stream. A lot of people in the chat are interested in playing a video game, but they're not sure what they should play.
Wait, did you talk about the Jelly Band?
I didn't talk about the Jelly Band. No. Why? No, that has nothing to do with the Jelly Band. I'm going to turn this light off.
You can show them this.
Mimsy has a new stretching implement, a new item for squeezing herself. Let me see. Mimsy has filled our entire bedroom with stuff like this, which is why I need a lot more money so that I can move into a much bigger house. Because Mimsy has things like this.
You should show it on stream.
Mimsy has so many sinister implements. Okay, I'm not going to do that because that makes my nerves feel weird. Mimsy has acquired many sinister implements for squeezing her legs and other body parts so that her muscles, I don't know, get rolled out. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You really want to get your muscles rolled out. At any rate, I'm going to go soon. Maybe I'll put my expired Cokes back in the fridge, and I'm gonna try to get myself a refund from Amazon. Again, quite frankly, it is becoming a complete nightmare with the Cokes. Don't like the expired Cokes. They really go for broke on the expired Coke over here, don't they? The expiration date on the second Coke was the same. It was November 24th. But they shouldn't be giving me 24 Cokes that expire in 3 days. That's insane. I don't have that many toilets to clean, you know what I mean? Don't have that many, Ricky. I got a big weekend coming up. That's not true, actually. I don't have a big weekend coming up. At any rate, I'm gonna let y'all go. We played some Kirby. It was fine. I'll probably play some more, but maybe not on stream. It might just be one of those games that I light up sometimes on my Switch when I'm by myself in the dark. At any rate, I'll see y'all later. And until then, until next Tuesday, remember, smoke it deep and smoke it sweet. Smoking that weed down Baby Boy Street. Smoke it wild and smoke it grand. They be smoking good ones all over this land. Smoke a good one tonight, smoke a good one tonight. Smoke a good one tonight if the feeling is right. Smoke a good one tonight, smoke a good one tonight. Smoke a good one. Good night.
Thank you.